It's the vibes, where you say family, big up yourself, large yourself, large up yourself. Your boy Selah Shalom in the building. Decided to chime in quick fast. I was about to crash, but I said, you know what, let me stay up and holler at the people for a minute. But I still got this spurt of energy. It's the vibes. Harriet, I see you. You done know. Shebrew, Creator Gang. That's the new camp. That's the new set. We rolling with the Creator. It's the vibes. Yes. Like you said, Benjamin, turn away from the carnivore's ways and return to the herbivore's ways of peace. No more contention we need. We got enough contention going on right now, yeah? Yes, family, your host Selah Shalom in the building, live and direct coming from planet Earth. It's the vibes. It's the vibes. Selah Shalom TV, according to the text, as it is written. It's the vibes. Yes, family. Large up yourself, big up yourself, yeah? It's the vibes. How y'all doing today? Or better yet, how y'all doing tonight? You dig? Big up to the family. Just doing a couple things on here, you know? Sitting down and I was like, you know what? I got a spurt of energy. Let me just get online for a hot second, holler at the people. Long day, strenuous work, yeah? See what the fam talk about in a minute. We just vibing out, because you know how we do. It's a vibe. It's always a vibe when you vibing with Selah Shalom TV. You dig? Malik, I see you. Kevin, I see you. I see the people chiming in. What's good, family? Dying and going to heaven, aka the Aetherian, is a Christian concept. If that's what you think the Bible is about, I'm gonna have to ask you to read it again. Well, the Bible doesn't even mention Aetherius, so there goes that. Harriet, what you say? It's the vibes. Kila, I see you. Blessings, family. Shebrew, Yahweh, in the building. They can't stop the works of the Creator. You got people talking about the creator is a man. We debunking that nonsense. We debunking the fact that they saying that the creator is an angry and jealous God. We debunking that concept. You got people mentioning the Aetherian worlds, and that's not even mentioned in the Bible. Show and prove that concept. Everybody talking about, oh, you straying. I'm looking at Facebook today. The sisters going hard. The sisters going harder than the niggas right now, hands down. And I see how the brothers is mad as hell at the sisters because they repping Oahspe. They repping the creator gang. You see what I'm saying? And now that they done switch sides from the false gods to the creator, the adversaries are mad. The false god followers are mad. Oh, be careful. You straying away from the word. Judgment gonna get you. The judgment of the Most High. See? That's that false god shit. Y'all niggas need to sit y'all ass down and read the Oahspe like a goddamn man with integrity. Because these women are showing way more discipline than some of you men who supposed to be Kohen and priests and all this shit. You know what I mean? Stop faking the funk. We in the age of information. 20, 30 years ago, some of you niggas wasn't even Israelites. Some of you niggas just became Israelites. And now you holier than thou? Man, go sit your ass down and learn something, boy. This shit is school. Earth is a school. You're here to learn, not to have tunnel vision thinking you got one doctrine and that's the Most High's doctrine. When we got bullet holes all through your goddamn doctrine. I'm still waiting to see who's gonna take the debate. The Jehovah in the Bible versus the Jehovah in the Oahspe. Who was the real creator? That's it right there. That's it, that's it. That's the no holds bar. The debate of the. You know what I mean? The hell with the nations. The hell with the 12 tribe chart. The 12 tribe chart ain't gonna get your ass into the Aetherian realms. Knowing who the 12 tribes are and trying to figure out who the 12 tribes are today. Come on. Y'all don't even have primary documents of the 12 tribes in history. Ain't no documents of Reuben. Ain't no documents of Simeon and Levi. Show me the Levitic. Show me a primary Levitical law. The Leviticus laws. Show me your primary during the time of Moshe. The time of Moshe is the Middle Kingdom. The ending of the Middle Kingdom, 12th dynasty, is in the time of Moses. Show me some Levitical priesthoods back then, nigga. Can't show me. You know what I mean? You ain't got it. Let's not play that game. Shout out to my nigga Cal P. Finally got his first debate next Friday. I forget what time it is, but I'll keep y'all posted. You know what I mean? I think they're gonna be debating. They're gonna be debating the compiling of the Torah or Tanakh. I don't know which term they're gonna use. Versus the compiling of the Oahspe Bible. So that's gonna be quite interesting. You know what I mean? Shout out to my nigga Cal P for that. And then Thursday, I got an interview with these brothers here. Let me see if I can find it. Damn, I just uploaded it. And I was going that quick. No, it ain't going. It's right there. So right here, bam! I got this going down Thursday, family. These brothers called Scorn Black Man Podcast. The Scorn Black Man Podcast. Thursday, 9 p.m. I'm going to be on there discussing the Oahspe. I see that they came up with a topic. Oahspe Bible, is it the last instructions from the Creator and difference? Hold up. Let me get you the other part because I ain't opened it up when I screenshotted it. So I could just tell you what the second part say. Let me get it real quick. Because you know it's a vibes when I'm in the place, yeah. Alright, let me see right quick. So this is the
enlarged herself. Right.
Let me get that. That's their website. So it states here. So the full title is Oahspe Bible, is it the last instructions from the Creator and difference with the Holy Bible? And differences with the Holy Bible. That's what the second part say. and it's the Scorned Black Man podcast. Zadok Israel, I guess he's the host, and they got it in the subscription subtitle. Knowledge is increasing upon the earth. Controversial and deep biblical breakdown series, lesson by Brother Selah Shalom. So I'm going to be on that channel Thursday, and we're going to be going through the Oahspe. But as we know that as long as man is upon the earth, there will always be revelations to come according to the time period of man. You know what I mean? According to the progression of man. So, you know, if you like for example, if you deal with the Bible, you know, hypothetically speaking, if, you know, God came to Noah, you know, and told him, you know, spoke to him some words or whatever. Then after Noah instructed, God instructed Abraham and told him to, you know, keep some of the ways and statutes and commandments. You know what I'm saying? Then after Abraham came Moses, and Moses was given some law, statutes, and commandments, and, you know, keep that going. Then after Moses, the next highlight was Yeshua. Yeshua came with a new doctrine. The kingdom of God is at hand, which is not Torah. You know, and then after that, that was it. According to the scriptures, Yeshua was the last Israelite prophet. Ain't no Israelite prophet rose after Yeshua. You know what I mean? And you're talking 2,000 years ago. So you got Israelites waiting on a 2,000-year-old prophecy that's not even right and exact. Yeshua was never really telling niggas he wasn't coming back. Somebody else told you that. We went into the Council of Nicaea yesterday, show you what they did, how they selected the text. So with just that alone, you know what I mean, you can get an idea like, you gotta go through this shit with the fine tooth, you know what I mean? Fine pin. If the Creator say, "Thou shalt not murder and kill," and you see another verse where God commanding killing, you gotta question that shit. Just don't believe it because it's in the Bible. See, that's the problem. These Hebrew Israelites got the fear of Christians. Oh, if it goes against the Bible, I'm going against God. No, you're not. The damn Bible is a book. That's it. It's a book about a God speaking every day in antiquity in the olden times, but don't say a word today. If you read the Bible, God talking every day to niggas. Every day God talking to niggas. Read the story of David and some of these prophets. Read the story from Adam to Revelation. God talking every day to niggas. Why God so silent? Why he ain't talking to nobody today? Why ain't nobody hearing the word of God? But God was talking every single day. He told Moses, the next day, I'ma, you know, be on top of the mountaintop and I want you to come up there. And then 7 days after that, do this. Then I'm gonna walk with you out of Egypt and I'm gonna camp right, you know what I mean? God with these niggas every day. And keep in mind, this is your most high God, they said, you know what I mean? Rottweiler Peace, what it do? Cruz Collins, what it do? Shalom. So nobody from the Kemetic community came forward for a debate. Well, we ain't really addressed the Kemetic community really like that. Because most of, you know, my people on here is like Hebrew Israelites. There's a couple Kemetic cats, but, you know. See, the Oahspe, for some people, it's not going to pass. People who are hard-body historians and deal with scholarship, historical scholarship, they will dismiss Oahspe because Oahspe is not a historical book in the sense of you're going to find records of certain passages, like how the Bible is, they found certain scrolls. Oahspe wasn't compiled like that. The purpose of the Oahspe wasn't for that. This shit is specifically for spiritual enlightenment. You got people who don't believe in spirits. You got people who don't believe in spirits of the dead, who don't believe in angels. You know what I mean? They don't believe in life after death. You got people like that. You see what I'm saying? So with them, they'll be the ones that'll really fight against this book. And then you got the indoctrinated, those who been following the doctrine, and then they feel that their doctrine is it. And if any other doctrine comes up, they're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna feel a certain way because they're gonna feel like their doctrine is being challenged. But all this comes with truth, man. All this comes with the progression of learning and getting truth. Lawrence, peace and blessings. What's good, family? Jaway, what you say? Finally, I'm on time. Yes, I. Let's keep that music going. You know what I mean? You know how we do. You know how we like to vibe. Yes, I. Let me get some to drink real quick, family. Let me get my water. And my lighter. What's up, family? Cruz Collins, I see you. Oneness in the building. I wondered, was that the true creator that Moses seen at the mountain? No, never that. The creator can't be seen like you see a fellow man, but what they have, remember, the creator has ambassador angels. This is where your gods come from. This is where your Lord gods and lords come from. So, the God that Moses was talking to was the land god. See, the Oahspe breaks it down. You got gods of districts. You got God the creator, ruler, presider of the whole heavens and earth. And then you got Lord gods that rules over continents and countries. So, Moses was in Egypt. That's a Lord God over Africa. But Egypt is a state, so that makes Egypt a district for a Lord. So it was a Lord that was in communion with Moses. It was the Lord, not Yahweh the Lord of the Bible, but the Lord as far as the lowest ranking commission of the heavenly kingdom that was communion with Moses. And the Lord was in communion with the Lord God. And the Lord God was in communion with God. And that's how the message was trickled down. But the Bible doesn't show that system and order of the heavenly kingdom for you to know that. You dig? Cal P in the building with a do, King. Get them likes up. 34 people in the chat. Let's get that to 34 likes. Let's get it. Cal P got a debate coming up, family, next week. Cal P, you better put that pain in, boy. Hey, Cal P, you want to come on? Hit my line if you want to come on. Because I'm just chilling. I'm tired as a motherfucker. I just want to get on and let people know about what I got coming up Thursday. And then, you know what I mean? I was letting them know about your little situation. So right now, I'm on chill mojo. I'm just relaxing, enjoying the vibes. You dig? Shaking them drudges off. That's right. They running. We calling them out, so they coming. They don't want to cow out and look weak, so they stepping up to get crushed. They false gods gonna get crushed under sand. They always talking about being crushed and bashing heads and shit. We gonna bash they false gods and bash they false doctrines and expose they ass for what they are. You dig? And they're gonna be mad and embarrassed because they're not gonna know how to defend that fake ass false god in the Bible, claiming to be the Most High. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not beating up on the whole Bible like there ain't no good passages in it. But this is for, we competitive spirits. We talking shit. So we calling you out, you know what I mean? Just the same way y'all call us out. Y'all say this the white man book and all this shit. Y'all don't want to debate the book, y'all just want to make fun of the book. Where they do that at? Who that? So Fitz, peace. Peace to the God. False gods jump up to get false gods jump up to get beat down. See, that's that brand new being. Peace to the God. Y'all so fit to the building. Kevin Spears, I see you. Peace, King. Everybody chiming in, yo. Everybody chiming in. The Book of Safa is an interesting book. See, the Book of Safa is a book of language. It may have a word, it may give you a description of that word in every language, from the Vedic to the Sanskrit to the Hebraic to the Chinese. So when you come across the Book of Safa, it's a strange book in the sense of how it reads. It's not like a book like you read in a story. It's a book of basically a different, that's why it's called the Book of Safa. Safa in Hebrew means tongues. And not tongues like you speaking in tongues. We're not talking about that. Tongues are meaning many languages, or languages outside of your language or something like that. You know what I mean? It's not just Hebrew. We got the Vedic, like I said. They got the English. They got the Panic, the Algonquin. So like in the Book of Safa, I found verse 77 quite interesting, because it go in on the false gods. It gives a briefing of like a small precept from each prophet, from each country. You know what I mean? So for example, it reads Safa and Panic, and it has evil wind. And it says, evil chieftain among spirits, a god in human shape, believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. See that? That's y'all cats right now who's having a hard time understanding the Oahspe. We trying to tell you the Oahspe is the word of the creator, but you two stuck with the white man's fucking ass up your goddamn ass. We trying to tell you, nigga, fuck the white man, fuck John New, bro, nigga. The revelation in this book is revealing the creator's word. That's what we trying to get you knuckleheads to understand. And then it stated what? It says, the chieftaineth among spirits, a god in human form, believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things, and of man in his own image. See God and God. Athom, Chinese, an idol. They have made an idol and called it Isafum or Isfaum, and that's in Chinese. So they got different descriptions in the different languages of the term expressed, dealing with these false gods. So these false gods was recognized in each country. So that term, when it says Athom, and then it got in parentheses next to it China, and then it has a phrase, an idol, that they have made an idol and called it Isafum. So that would be coming out of China, letting you know that the Chinese was aware of these idol worshippers. And then next it says land god or god of the earth. In those days, the adulterers believed the Great Spirit had made gods out of spirits in the lower heavens, and sent one of them to the earth and one to each of the stars. To the moon he gave 4 gods. He who received the earth as his portion to command was called Lord. Earthwind. On his forehead shall be the sign of the crossbone. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And that's Phoenician. Jehovah said, not having stone images have they made an idol, and of wind, and called it Lord, or God. Moses in Egypt in parentheses. Let my followers swear an oath against the Lord, for he is more hurtful than the stone. Look at that, let me rephrase that. It says, he says, let my followers swear an oath against the Lord. against the Lord, right? For he is more harmful or hurtful than the stone idols. And they shall profess the great spirit Eoah only, in parentheses, Abraham. So these are Abraham words. Abraham saying, yo, let thy followers swear an oath against Adonai. We ain't dealing with no lords. We ain't dealing with no lords. And then they say, what? For he is more hurtful than the stone idols. Wow. And they shall profess the great spirit Eoah only, Abraham in parentheses. See that? See to it that see to it that the enemies fasten not on idols of the wind of the faithist, Zarathustra, in parentheses, and then it says Vedic or Veda, not contend to worship the great one. They have a representative saying he is the only begotten son. Where have you heard that from? Be ye wary of them. And in parentheses it says Brahma. So even Brahma was dealing with that during his day, these false gods, and telling his followers, be wary of these false gods claiming to be the only begotten son. See, these concepts of these false gods was existing in every country and continent. And the challenges were met among all nations and people. So while you had Israelites worshiping the Lord God, and then you had Israelites who were still steadfast to the Creator, likewise in India, likewise in China. You had Chinese worshiping false Lord gods, and you had those who was worshiping the Creator. See that? The Creator's chosen today is not based off a bloodline at this point. Why would I say at this point? Because the human race has progressed enough to comprehend the Creator. So everybody is capable of everlasting life, surviving everlasting life after death. It's just that you got to wake up from the facts. I think your phone on, fam. Hold on. Let me see what I go out in the bedroom. Nah, nigga, my phone on, boy. My shit ain't even on vibrate. Glad you said something. Now my fucking put it on vibrate. Nah, you ain't called. Last call I got was an hour ago. Unless you call on the messenger. Somebody asked me I'm going live tonight. I'm live now, beloved. The awakening of Jehovah's true words is on trial. The Oahspe cuts all the doctrines we've been taught. Lawrence. Exactly, Lawrence. See, that's why I put Oahspe up for the challenge, because I'm like, damn, all right, if this shit saying all this, it's like martial arts. Just imagine you got a martial art instructor, and that nigga teaching you all these techniques that ain't nobody else is teaching in the other dojos in schools, right? So you learn boxing here, you learn Muay Thai, you learn Kempo, you learn Jiu-Jitsu, you learn grappling, you learn all these techniques. But then these other schools are just learning one style. They just learning how to box. Everybody want to just box. But you got the advantage of 5 more, 6 more other fighting styles on top of boxing. So you get to the point where you like, damn, you seen all these other niggas box, they nice at all that. But them niggas ain't got no ground game. If you lock up and take them to the ground, they ain't got nothing for that, because they ain't been taught to fight on the ground, but you've been taught jiu-jitsu. So if you get a nigga on the ground, you know how to lock him up, put him in a triangle, put him in an arm bar, whatever the case may be. You see what I'm saying? If you got to stand up with him, he know boxing, you know how to use your legs, you know Muay Thai, so if he strike, you got to block, bounce, and throw the kick out there. A boxer don't kick. He can, but he's not a boxer. A boxer's not trained to kick. A kickboxer is trained to kick. So just imagine you got all these fighting styles and you looking at everybody else fighting styles, studying this one style and see the weakness in them. Okay, yeah, he know that, boom, but if I do that, throw him to the ground, he over. That's the Oahspe. The Oahspe is multiple fighting styles, while your Bible is just one style. The Quran is just one style. The Oahspe got the Quran in it. The Oahspe got the Bible in it. Show you who was behind it, who's instrument behind it. So that's what we're saying, man. You got to investigate these things, yo. Just for your own goddamn good. You feel me? Because it survives. One true creator, creator only. Yup, creator gang in the building. I see y'all chiming in. Everybody speaking to creator, yo. It's creator. Another book that bigs up the creator. The book of Bonds. The book of Bonds praise. That book gives hella praise to the creator. That's equivalent to your Psalms in the Bible. The book of Bonds praise. See that? So, matter of fact, the Bible say I'm an angry and jealous God, right? I was just reading last night, because I damn ain't even sleep. I don't know how the hell I be doing this shit. I be up for like 20 hours and then go to sleep for 3 hours, get back up, and do it like 3 days, 4 days straight before I actually go into a sleep coma. Go into a sleep coma, nigga, out. Wake up, it be 7 at night from 11 to the next day. I'm like, damn, I slept all that time. So I was highlighting some stuff from the Oahspe last night. And I'm just going back through it like, yo, this shit is ill as hell. I'm like, yo, y'all done opened up a can of worms again, because now I'm back going through highlighting and all that. You know what I mean? So like, there's a book in the Oahspe called Bond's Book of Praise, and it's similar to Psalms, where it's giving like praise to the creator. But in Psalms, it's giving praise to the gods. It's not giving praise to the creator. You know what I mean? Because by the time Solomon came on the scene, they say Psalms was David and Solomon and the Proverbs and all that. That time, they was under the inspiration of the false god, because David had blood on his hands. Jehovah says, none of my followers have been warriors. Never. He emphasized the fact that they wasn't. So soon as you thinking you spilling blood, nah. They were the true followers was non-resistance to death. They will just die. You slaughter them, they die out. That may sound weak, but when you look at the benefits of the spiritual world, nigga, what? You got these heavenly regions and ready for us to be inherited, and the way we inherit it is by righteousness done unto others, and the return good for evil. Those are really easy. It's just your ego you got to check if somebody come and try you. You see what I'm saying? But the job is to get to the Aetherian realms. That's your duty, to get to the Aetherian realms. So in Bond's Book of Praise, real quick, it just gives praise to the Creator. Let me give you an example how it speaks. Now, verse 1 states, these are the words of Bond, thou, O Jehovah, who can fashion thee with words, or show thy imnicity. Where stood thy feet in the time of creation, or rested thy hand? Thou art present and afar. Thou who art older than time, O Jehovah, thou dealer in worlds. Where can I write the wonder of thy name? Verse 3. Oh, that I had a standing place to see thee. See that? These niggas are so fascinated with the Creator's work. They're like, only if I could get a glimpse of this nigga, like, I'm just so fascinated, but you can't see the Creator. These are high-ranking angels who passed through death, who done been through the levels of the atmospheric realms of whatever planet they was on, and they ascended into the Aetherian realms, and they still talking how magnificent the Creator is. He said, what? Oh, that I had a standing place to see thee, that I could come to an understanding with my Creator. See that? To find wisdom for my song, a dialogue in words of the Almighty. Let me skip down to verse 5. Thou that made me, by thy sweet breath, overspread the world with life and song. See that sweet breath? That's motion. That's that vortex. They're giving reverence to the vortex. How shall I render thee praise? In thy glory make thy speech acceptable. Verse 6. Who hath considered the all light? Hold up. I hear my phone ringing. Alright. There go Cal P. Let me answer this. Yo, what it do, okay? Nah, this number right here is the you ain't got the crib number? I mean the house number? My phone number? Nah. That didn't. I'm gonna text it to you right now. All right. That's Cal P. We about to bring him on because he got a debate Friday. So I'm about to text him my math and then I'm gonna read a couple verses. Then we're gonna go into it. 1 second, family. So he's gonna be calling in a second. So while we waiting, let me continue this verse until he call in. And then in verse 6 states, "Who hath considered the all light, or found the cause of the brightness of the sun, thy great symbol, or the power of thy hand that stood him in the midst of heaven?" It's the beloved calling in right here. Peace to the God.
Peace to the God. Selah Shalom.
We got him, family. We got Cal P on the motherfucking T-Zone. Say something to the people real quick. Let me make sure you sounding right.
CO, Sedan Ale. Love and light. Namaste out there to all the faithers, man. Love, creator only, man. We call ourselves Coke babies, but I'm with this new creator gang too. Gang.
Yeah, gang. That's what we doing. Create. Everybody want to be gang, so we create a gang. Goddamn it. Who could go harder than the creator?
What they don't get, gangs are nothing but brotherhoods.
That's it.
That's the only way we gonna get to the second resurrection.
That's it.
We might as well start now here.
Exactly. So check this, King. I'm gonna read like 2 more verses, then I'm gonna let you go in on the debate you got coming up.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so just give me 2 seconds. So now, verse 7 states, "Or knoweth the time of the labor of the birth of thy worlds, or counteth the stars thou hast created, yet or knoweth the history or least of all of them." Verse 8, "Oh that I could fashion a thought of thy greatness, or conceive the breadth of thy arms. Thou whole compromises thou all perfection, Jehovah. Sing unto the all-giver, Jehovah, praise him, O all people, with great joy, with great rejoicing, and all ye living that dwell on the face of the earth, and ye young that are skipping and playing, and ye birds that carol to the Almighty. His seed soweth abroad, his fruit spring from stones that are molded to dust. In the waters of the earth, and in the air above the earth, Jehovah hath spoken. Come forth and live, O ye that swim, O ye that fly in the air. The great Spirit hath touched the fountains of the deep." So I'm gonna just stop right there so we can go ahead and get into what we got talking about. But I was just going into the book of Bond's Praises, showing the people how that book is equivalent, but not equivalent to like Psalms and Proverbs in the Bible, but the difference is that they're giving glory to the Creator. So that's the difference, King. You already know. So matter of fact, go ahead and let the people know what you got coming up next Friday, King. Let me know if y'all can hear Cal P. Give me a chat if he's clear or not. But go ahead, King.
Yeah, peace to the gods, man. A brother, one of the Israelite brothers, was stepping up to debate about the authorship between Tanakh, who authored Tanakh, and who authored Oahspe. It's a great topic because he's going to claim that God did it, or even worse, Moses wrote it. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I hear you. They said
Yeah.
I got one comment saying we can hear you, so I guess you're good.
Okay. So it is I hate to have to do this boy like this.
All right, so let me come back real quick. So The debate is based on the compiling of the Bible versus the compiling of the Oahspe. That's the name. That's the topic of debate.
No, the topic of debate is the authorship of the Bible versus the authorship of Tanakh. But anybody who's smart, well, many know, anybody who's ever read a book knows the compiler of the text is many times not the author. And that even further, many times the author of the text is not the source of the text. It's going to be a good one. Coming up, I believe that is the 17th, 8 p.m. on Honor and Humility, STL.
Shout out Malachi Maccabee.
Shout out to the Nazarenes, to the Essenes, and all the people trying to get their life together and get back and walking into the way of the true creator, what they call in Algonquin history the red path. You see what I'm saying? So it's that time, that awakening. It's the Cosmine era. You know what I mean? And,
let me ask you this. Why do you think these people fear the Oahspe?
It is fear. It's fear. There are two major emotions, love and fear. And most things are done because of that. For example, creation was created because of love. You see what I'm saying? It is only because the creator wanted to create. He loved what he created that he would even create it. So the other major fear or major force or emotion is fear. Nobody really wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to admit they had it wrong. That not only you had it wrong, the people who taught you it had it wrong. The people who taught them had it wrong, and so on and so on. You don't want to be the bad guy in the story. Nobody wants to tell their story and be the bad guy. You know what I mean? The guy who got duped. Nobody wants to look like the fool. But this is the realization that we come into, that we've been tricked. And that the information that we've been given is not holding up to scrutiny. So I heard you mention against the other brother in the debate that Yeshua told him that the kingdom is at hand. But they didn't understand the revelation of what Yeshua was bringing at that time is now given to us in the 33rd year of the Cosmine era. And since it encompasses all, it's called Oahspe, because it deals with the earth, the air, and the spirit. You see what I'm saying? So
correct.
Yeah. So it's all
encompassing. So let me ask you this.
So Oahspe is that revelation or the clearing away of the misunderstanding of what Yeshua was trying to tell us over 2,000 years ago. That the kingdom of Jehovah, and hence Jehovah, is right here. He didn't go nowhere. He didn't fall asleep after 6 days. He never stopped creating. He was always progressive. So when we go into this debate, I would like people to recognize he is going on a text where his God couldn't foresee cars. He wasn't as foreseen to realize that in today, we would be looking at his text in our eyes today. So coming back on a horse is not sufficient. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't progressing enough to plan for that. So
that's my thing. Hold up, that's my thing. If these Israelites want to talk about, they want to go back to the ways, they might as well go back to goddamn camels and horseback riding. They dress it like the ancient days. They might as well get the camels and do the whole shebang.
Yeah, but the thing is, what was good for y'all then may not necessarily be good for y'all now.
Actual facts.
You see what I'm saying? My Essene brothers know this. The Nazarenes know this. Don't what's his name? Paul, Kippah, what they call it. Paul told you in his words, and since you claiming to be an Israelite, These are your forefathers. Listen to them. Because in the same gospel of peace, it say, the truth of the Creator is not in the book. It's in the life of all things. So to explain or to try to attempt to perceive Creator, you must look at creation. You must. It's logical. It's common sense. What else would you look at but creation to try to explain the Creator? This is the information that Oahspe is bringing back. And it is its own primary source. It does a thing different than what everybody else is doing.
Now, we're not going to give them too much. We're going to keep it surface in this discussion as far as what we're going to be talking about for next week. We're going to keep it surface. So let me ask you this. The Torah, right? And then you got the Tanakh. How are they going to differentiate the compiling of the Torah compared to the compiling of the Tanakh?
It's going to be very hard when Torah is contained in Tanakh. So, unless you're going to just admit that your book is total tamper with, and it only came from man, even if it was Moses, even if it was, it came from a man, just like your ancestor told you, Paul.
That's right.
Kefa, he told you, don't listen to me. Look at creation to prove Creator and listen to your ancestor. Listen to Paul. Or Kefa, that's Peter, right?
Paul? No, Paul is that bitch ass nigga Saul who's the goddamn traitor and shit. That's the CEI agent.
We talking about Peter then.
Yeah, we talking about Peter.
It's Kefa. They call him Kefa. Yeah. He was laying down some heavy things. He was telling you that the Torah been tampered with way back then.
And in the book of Ezra it tells you that too, that the records was burnt away. It was burnt up. They had no records.
They tell them in their book.
And then not only that, that's goddamn Louisville telling them that shit.
Yeah, false God. You did what I'm saying?
Oh,
I was just reading through the Talmud. It's gonna be. I just want everybody to tune in. It's gonna be a good show. I got a good build. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna expose. See, as faithists, I ain't gonna give away too much. But as faithists, we like to be right and exact. We like to know that we know. We don't want to rely on any, but I believe I know something. No, we want to know and then live to that highest, like demonstrate that. You know what I mean? So when you talk about authorship, you must remember the person who put the book together, like you did what I'm saying, who put the book together, is many times not the author of the book.
Like King James, he wasn't the author. He was just he just translated that. He was the presider over that shit. They say he authorized it, but shit. He didn't compile it. He didn't come to text. Neither was Constantine. That's right.
Neither was Constantine. Neither was Ezra.
None of them niggas. The only nigga who had it was Moses, and the real secret was oral tradition.
Don't give him too much. I'm gonna wear him out. You better
wear his ass out for real, boy.
And got this over with.
This gang over here.
Done today or tomorrow, and he wanted to wait till next Friday. So in the art of sport, sometimes you can't have everything you want right then, but in the end of the day, you can shine your whole light and get everything that you need. You dig what I'm saying? Right. So,
cause see like I said, we gonna hold it. That nigga Malachi said peace, yo. Malachi in the chat, shalom.
Maccabee, the Maccabees, they was ruling Rome.
You
They
know
were
what I'm
Roman
saying?
Jews.
Like warrior faith, this my nigga. Like they had to do what they had to do.
They had to do. Listen, the story wouldn't even have been told had they not been there.
You see that?
You see what I'm saying? Everybody got to play their role, even the false gods.
Exactly.
They got their role to play. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why I don't hold nothing against man. You dig what I'm talking about?
Because even the false gods come back glorious.
Book of Oahspe, first one, right? Book of Oahspe, 26. Because this light is thus comprehensive, embracing corporeal and spiritual things, it is called the beginning of the Cosmon era. And because it relates to earth, sky, and spirit, it is called Oahspe. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey.
Oh, man. I hate that they just try to limit creator.
But now you made a good point, and I just caught a precept to add on real quick. When you said even the false gods play their part. Now let me read this verse, because we bash the false gods, but what people don't realize, who's not very savvy with the Oahspe is yet, the only reason we bash the false gods is to bring attention to the Creator and make awareness. But even the false gods get delivered and redeemed, and then they're sent back as righteous angels. And I want to read that one verse where it talks about that to show how the false gods come back and return under the Creator and come back and do their labor. So, like in the book of East, daughter of Jehovah, that I'm gonna let you do the add-on to this. So, the book of East, daughter of Jehovah, chapter 16. And it starts with verse 5. Now, these names is crazy to goddamn say. I ain't gonna lie, but the verse is trying to convey what we're trying to say. So,
where you at again, bro?
Book of East, Book of S, daughter of Jehovah, chapter 16, XVI.
16.
Yeah, starting from. Well, you got your book with you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, all right. Well, shit, read. You can read. Run that verse, or you want me to run it? It don't matter.
16 and what is it again?
Verse 5.
Verse 5.
Well, we can really start from verse 1 and read to about verse 7. From 1 to 7 is a description of how the false gods went through their trial and error and came back and was one with the Creator.
Right. And y'all must understand also what time it is. You must understand this is coming down 1848 AD, the beginning of the Cosmon era. These are the sons and daughters of Jehovah, the Creator.
Your brothers and sisters, your great-grandmothers, your great-grand-uncles and grandfathers who done passed on thousands of years ago, these them.
That's them.
These ain't no strangers you ain't familiar with. These your ancestors. So let me read the verse and then I'll let you elaborate then.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. East.
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yeah, do your thing. Go ahead, do your thing. Yeah, I can fall back. Just start from verse 1 and read to verse 7. But verse 5, we got them names that be tricky to goddamn saying shit, so.
I got you. All right. Chapter 16, Book of Book of S, which means spirit. God delivereth the 4 false gods out of the 4 hells. Now, who are the 4 false gods? Luamon, Kabbalactus, Enochisa, and Thoth Gabriel, who are commonly known today as Allah, Buddha, Brahma, Christ. These are the 4 heads of the 4 beast religions. And S said, now was God, Jehovah's son, master of the whole earth and her heavens. And behold, the era of Cosmon was at hand. The light of the ark had fallen on the throne of God. Jehovah's Orion chiefs from the emancipated heavens had come. Paradise was like a new kingdom. 1,000 million Aetherians had arrived to labor with God.
Pause. Hold that right there. Hold that though. Yeah. Keep that hand on that verse. It stated that 1,000 million Aetherians had arrived to labor with God. Now I want you to pay attention to these 1,000 million Aetherians that arrived, because these are the same Aetherians that strove against Jehovah a couple thousand years ago. But move forward, King. Go ahead.
Correct. 1,000 million Aetherians had arrived to labor with true God in clearing away the hells of lower heavens and in providing or opening the gates of the heavens for the angels to appear unto mortals. Hold on.
Now this is the verse 5. This is where the names get tricky right here.
I got you. Metahasi, goddess of Adelphad, in the roads of Lut in Etheria, had brought back the armies of the Inquisition.
Now pause. It said they brought back the army of the Inquisitions. The Inquisitions were those who strove against the Creator. Go ahead, King.
Right. Hatabi, goddess of the Lucian swamps in Hesatal and Wesatal plains in Etheria, was there with the massacre of the Balgan god. Go ahead, explain to them who the Balgan god is.
That was during the time
or what it is.
They was building temples with people's skulls at the time. This is like Zarathustra, pre-Zarathustrian times, Zarathustrian times, around 9,000 BC.
Correct.
Close to 10,000 years ago.
Balgan god is a type of rulership. It is enforced rulership. And many times you'll see this represented as the lion.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. And that's the and
the bull too.
Let me go back.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Hativi, right? Now notice we done had two goddesses already. Hativi, goddesses of the Lucian swamp in Wesatal plains in Etheria, was there with the massacre of the Balgan god. Montezian, goddess of Tuisa, was there with the persecutors of Zarathustra.
Now these are the people
against him.
Exactly.
These trying to kill him.
That's right. Say that again.
Yeah, Montezian, goddess of Tuisa, was there with the persecutors of Zarathustra. That's now she brought people from roughly 69,000, 7,000 BC back.
See that?
To help the people in the beginning of the Cosmine era come home.
And that's every third arc cycle. These niggas may decide to bring some angels back. But go ahead, though.
Novochisa, goddess of the forest of Midia in Etheria, was there with the persecutors of Brahma, the pure and true.
And the persecutors of Moses.
And she came back with the persecutors of Moses and Capelia.
See that? Now read the next verse.
Besides these, there were 46 other goddesses. 46! Each with a host of angels who had, in ancient times, striven against Jehovah in favor of some false god.
But verse 7.
But now, in the coming of Cosmon, behold, they returned as pure and exalted gods and goddesses.
See that?
And God, Jehovah's Son, called forth all these one-time persecutors, and he said unto them, now this is Jehovah's Son speaking, this is true God, 1848. Now we got to let them know what year it is. We only in the 174th year from this exact event happening.
And coming back to
only
where
174 years away from there.
And coming back to verse 4 when it stated 1,000 million Aetherians had arrived to labor with God. These are the 1,000 million angels, the ones who strove against Jehovah in ancient times. Now they coming back to do righteous work again.
If our Creator ain't nothing fair, man, if you mess it up, you clean it up.
Big facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? He said, but look, let's go back, verse 7. But now, which is now, in the coming of the Cosmon, behold, they returned as pure and exalted gods and goddesses. And God, Jehovah's Son, called forth all these one-time persecutors. And he said unto them, behold, there are 4 great hells and 6 smaller hells and 14 still smaller hells still existing on these lower heavens. Since ye were once cast in the hells and afterward delivered by the angels of Jehovah, go ye now and deliver the hells of these heavens, and bring ye the chief false gods before me. My marshal will allot you to the respective places I have appointed unto you.
Now
People
pause.
must notice, yeah.
Now
People
pause.
must notice this mechanism.
Now check this.
Mechanism.
Now
The
check
power
this.
comes from Jehovah down.
Now check this. These angels, these Aetherian angels came to labor with God to deliver hells. And these angels were once persecutors of Jehovah 9,000 years ago. Now check this as a precept on top to what Cal P just read, because these angels are about to go deliver hell. Now in the book of Divinity, right, chapter 3, verse 20, it gives you a description of how hells are delivered.
Yeah, yeah.
So let me
the only
tell.
place in the world you can get this type of information.
That's what I'm saying, King.
I don't see how people could think. First of all, I don't see how people could think. Once you read Oahspe, you will understand that no man could have written this book.
Facts.
Even though it's secondhand information. It's not or indirect information.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's indirect, even though it is its own primary source.
That's right.
You did what I'm saying. You don't have another book for the spiritual advancement, how, the who, the when, the where, and the what of individuals, groups, and the whole world as a whole, other than Oahspe.
That's what I'm saying. Now check this though. We gonna show like how these niggas came back. They were striving against the Creator. They came back. They done did their dirt. They come back as pure righteous spirits, and they come to deliver hells. Now I'm gonna read this verse, and you can elaborate after I read to show how these angels are here to redeem fallen angels and fallen souls, not to keep them cast in goddamn hell and lakes of fire and shit. Now, verse 20. The 15th divine law was of the same spirit, which was, after he hath served 3 years as a nurse assistant to the Asaphs, he shall be promoted to the hospitals in heaven as assistant to the physician, and they shall teach him the restoration of the spirits of. He shall teach him the restoration of spirits in chaos, and crazy spirits, and deformed spirits, and of sick spirits, and of spirits afflicted with foul smells that cannot clean themselves, especially of the spirits of women who produce abortions on themselves, or suffer it to be done upon them, and of monomaniacs, and all manner of diseased spirits. And the physician shall take him with them when they go down to mortals to remove fetals, and he shall learn how they are severed both safely. And they shall take him to the battlefield, where mortals slay one another, whose spirits are in chaos, or still fighting, and he shall assist in bringing them away from the corporeal part, and also learn how to restore them, and delivered when restored. And if there be knots in any regions near at hand, the physicians will take him to the knot, and show him how they are untied, and how they are mastered and delivered. And if there be any hells at hand, the physician shall take him hither, and teach him how hell is delivered and his people restored. So this is one angel learning this as he learns in the primary education of the first resurrection. But you had 100 million Aetherian angels come to do this work that we just described, we just read.
Correct. It is the master mechanism, man. It all works together.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Okay. There, 1,000 millions is 1 billion.
Exactly.
You get what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
So for, I know that can get confusing sometimes.
No, 1,000 in the Oahspe. When they say 1,000, 2,000, those are billions. Exactly.
Yeah, 1,000 million.
1,000 million is 1 billion. Exactly. So when they say 16,000 million, no, go ahead.
1 billion people. When you put the Inquisition together, when you put the people who died from the Balgan God, you dig what I'm talking about? The people who was trying to kill Zarathustra, and the people who was trying to kill Brahma, Moses, and Capella. That's 5 people. Could you imagine having 5 or 1 billion people hate you?
That's deep.
Not only hate you enough to kill you because you trying to tell him not about gods and lords, but about getting right with the Creator.
Imagine that.
Imagine it. You want me to tell you something? My homeboy said something to me yesterday that struck me a little bit, because he's still a Christian, but he reading Oahspe. He say, man, I be watching you and your boy Selah, man. He said, really, like, what's going on in the world today? Y'all like Elijah and Enoch before the Wailing Wall. Y'all trying to call the people back to the Creator. You trying to call them back, but people gonna try to come and harm you. But he was like, what they don't understand is that the text said them brothers breathed fire. He brought this. But he brought this. He said, I understand now that the fire is the light.
Exactly.
He
and
said,
when we speak the fire, like that should be burning niggas. Elijah. Say that again.
He said, I said, that brother said to me, he said, now mind you, this is a Christian who I got to read the book. You did what I'm talking about? But he knows something wrong, because really on the inside, he a faithist.
Right.
He done read that book too, and he knows something off. So he come to me and he say, bro, you and Selah, for real, y'all like Enoch and Elijah at the Wailing Wall at the end times. He was like, you telling the people to come on back, and they fighting y'all. So somebody gonna try to come do something to you, but they don't know that you breathing fire. He was like, but reading Oahspe, I see that the fire is the light. They one of the three representatives of Creator, of the light of Jehovah. That's right. Light and fire. You see what I'm saying? So he was like, man, y'all brothers like Enoch and Elijah, man, before the wall. You did what I'm talking about in the end times. I said, dang. You know what I mean?
Because to them, according to them, this the end times. And see, what they fail to realize is that in the end times, even in their own book, it says Satan will deceive the people like the sands of the goddamn sea. So that's all you niggas.
Yeah.
Sands of the sea, that means, nigga, who can escape the sands of the sea if Satan deceiving that many people? Ooh. And look, we the few salt. We the few salt in the eyes of the Creator that got them wiggled out the motherfucking serpent's hand, and we done figured this shit out. Like, you remember that? You ever seen that movie Dark City back in the day, 96, 98? It came out in 1998.
Yeah.
You remember that shit? At 12 o'clock, the niggas, the beings put everybody to sleep.
You saying, and what's this movie again?
It's called Dark City. You gotta check that shit.
Is it like a cartoon?
Nah. It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
I mean, not like, but it was black and white. You did what I'm saying?
Nah. It wasn't black and white. Just look it up when you get a chance. Check that shit out.
Okay.
And then we'll talk on it. We'll speak on it. We'll speak on it.
Yeah.
We'll speak on it. That's an ill movie and shit. It kind of coincide, you know what I mean, what we talking about. Because in the movie, the beings put everybody to sleep at 12 o'clock and they'll switch out their consciousness because they're trying to figure out the soul. And they, you know what I mean? But one dude, he figured this shit out. And he was like the only nigga trying to get motherfuckers to understand, but everybody wasn't retro. Because he was like, yo, when the last time y'all niggas seen the sun? Because every time we up, it's always nighttime. It's never dark time. And can't nobody remember daytime. Yo, you gotta check that movie, King. That shit is ill. But it's kind of like how it is now. Like, these niggas is stumbling in the darkness, and we like the light, and everybody who promoting the Oahspe like the light. If you notice, since that debate, you see how that Oahspe been fucking springing like a wildfire. Like Malachi McAdoo was like, yo, this shit spreading like a wildfire.
On fire. And guess who catching on first?
The women.
The sisters.
Exactly. Because it's the female goddess.
Hey, look. I looked up and down my timeline a couple days ago, and I'm looking at the sisters. They going crazy.
They going in. They cutting these niggas, bro. They cutting these niggas to death. I'm looking at this shit like, yo, they cutting these niggas. These niggas trying to, oh, well, since you straight, if you straight, that's going to be judgment. And we like, yo, the Most High, the Creator ain't ordained that shit. I was like, wow, they going in. They cutting these. One chick was like, yo, the Lord God is the lowest rank in the commission. And she said, it's the Lord God claiming to be the Most High. Like, they figuring this shit out, bro.
They figuring it out. You dig what I'm saying? And there's another good, overall idea that you got to understand when you even read Oahspe. That when it mentions gods, and lords, that it's never talking about the Creator.
Exactly.
You only talking about a one-time man who ain't nothing more than what you gonna be in time to come.
Imagine that. They can't
Imagine
comprehend
this.
that.
True God never asks for praise. So what is a God in that Bible asking you for praise for? What does that make him? False, off tops.
Oh no, you said something profound. True God never asks for praise. None of them niggas
Never.
ask for praise who serve the Creator.
Never, none of them. None
I
of
said,
them.
wow.
Only a false God asks for praise. So everyone that you ever seen on earth, ever, deified, put on paper, put in text, have all been false gods. Every single one of them.
Cause like, when we know niggas is advanced in the Oahspe, so niggas can make these claims that we're about to say. Like, the Bible does not have the word of the Jehovah in there
At all.
It has the words of a Jehovah claiming to be the Most High, requiring burnt offerings and sacrifice. Leviticus 17, chapter 17, verse 6, where it talks about, and he burnt the fat for a sweet savior for the Lord. And in Hebrew, the Lord is Yahweh. So which Yahweh is this?
Right.
Jehovah don't require blood sacrifice.
I mean, we ain't going into a whole bunch of nothing. You dig what I'm talking about right now? But wait till they realize who Yahweh is. Yahweh did what she said she was gonna do. That's what they don't know, that these false gods take on many names,
Exactly.
many forms, just depending on where they are.
Right.
So let me reveal something. Baal is Heru. Baal is Marduk. Baal is Molech. Baal is Asher. Baal is Apollo. Baal is the second Odin and the third Zeus. You see what I'm saying? They take on many names, just depending on what God means in your language or how it's spoken in your language. Just like Darius, Anu Hasaj, aka Anu Hasuma, took the name Darius, right? Darius. But if you say it in Spanish, it's Dios. But if you say it in the ancient Roman tongue, right, you saying Zeus. You see what I'm saying?
And then he took on Adonai El, Lord God.
Mm-hmm. The Adonai, or the first Adonai El of the biblical text of Tanakh is Baal. Yeah. Yahweh.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. We know in Genesis chapter 1 that Elohim creates these gods, but then in chapter 2 it starts off with Lord God, which in Hebrew it'll say Yahweh Elohim. So who is this Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden talking to Adam? Looking for Adam. This is supposed to be the Most High now.
Yeah. Why? First of all, how are you walking anywhere? Aren't you everywhere? So
this is what the text say, though.
On yourself. You just walking on yourself. You the grass, but you don't know Adam is walking on you. No, this is the question I want to know. This is what I want to know. I want to ask these brothers. First of all, he said it was light in the beginning, but he didn't. He was light and dark in the beginning, but he didn't create the day. And then on the third day, he created plants without creating the sun first. Now,
they gotta explain that.
Say he did it in a day or he did it in 1,000 years. How did you create plants or grow plants?
But you see, King, but check this. We gotta
photosynthesis.
We gotta hold these niggas accountable to the text. We can't go what's not there. That should say a day. Don't say 1,000 years. That should say 24 hours. So the moon was created, the sun, moon, and stars was created 24 hours according to the Bible. The Hebrew word for yom is a day. That shit don't say 1,000. 1,000 is not present. So we gotta hold them accountable for what it say.
Correct. So 24 hours. How did you create? How did you grow them? You grew a whole bunch of plants
on a globe.
Trees, herbs, all the plants, and they're green. So that means automatically they need sunlight for photosynthesis to grow.
Right.
But you created all of them before you created the sun. And how did you know day from night or light from dark before you had the sun? Where is this light coming from?
Exactly.
Where is this light?
And then they can't escape that question.
Who is all them people you need to make one man? He didn't
but hold up. But check this though, King. Hold that thought. They got to explain that light in the beginning because this is the physical creation. We're supposed to be able to still see that light that they talk about in the beginning.
There is no light in creation that doesn't have a source.
Exactly.
Even the light that comes from the dark, has a source. So how did you make the earth before you made the sun?
Exactly. That shit don't even make no sense.
Where did you get water from before you made an atmosphere?
These niggas don't even have the vortex. That's the very first cause of creation. You can't even have creation without a vortex. These niggas just poofing up shit.
They lie the very first words of the Bible. In the very first sentence.
Oh man, hook, line, and sinker.
Without the vortex. He say, dig this, Selah. They totally omit this. They say, in the beginning, Elohim or God created the heavens and then the earth. Hold on. How did you create heavens before a body? And where are the heavens? How did you create the heavens and the body? They omit the vortex right there. And then they'll turn around and tell you this is the firmament. Well, we know the firmament is the atmosphere. You dig what I'm saying? So how did you make an atmosphere before you made a planet? You made the atmosphere for the planet because it said it made the heavens and the earth. So the earth came second. How did you create the atmosphere before you created the actual physical, spherical, globular body? How did you do that?
See, don't
so
even explain
they're lying
it.
from the get-go by just omitting the vortex, period.
And that was dumb on Oahspe's part because when he was compiling this text, he wasn't even really considering what the fuck he was doing.
He couldn't have.
If I'm a false god and I'm going to create a false story, I'm going to still relate it to something in nature so these niggas would be like, aight, boom, they could identify. This nigga said, aight, write this. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I'm like, really, my nigga? That's some vague speaking shit.
Right. You didn't say nothing about nothing else because there obviously had to be something else before the earth came here. And how did you gather that up? Did you poof it? Did you magically, you know what I mean? You hit me with the I Dream of Genie. You did what I'm talking, twinkle, 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 twinkle. And it's an earth there. And then they'll tell you, see like too, that it's flat and it don't move. So it go into that realm. You dig what I'm talking about? So it get deep out here, man. It get real deep. And our people gonna wake up though. See, that's the thing about faith and actually knowing the real version of truth. Good, bad, ugly.
So let me ask you this. For the people who may not know, because, you know, they may be like, well, if Genesis is fake and these niggas talking about that ain't the real creation, give a rudimentary explanation of the first cause of creation. When the creator creates, what is the first thing the creator do?
He creates motion. He creates motion. Motion creates energy, but the source or the force used to start the motion, or what is it called in the Bible, the Word of God. You see what I'm saying? or as in Oahspe when it say, hold on, let me get back to it real quick.
Where you going? The Book of Jehovah?
No, yeah, Book of Jehovah, when he said, all was, all is, all shall ever be, and the all spake, and motion was, and is, and ever shall be, and being positive, right? And then talking about as in going forth, as in energy, as in male. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
What's called he and him. This is why we call the creator he and him. Not that he doesn't have also physical attributes, because, or whatever you, or physical parts, because he created woman too.
Right. They think
See what I'm
they
saying?
thinking this creator's a man.
Say it again.
They thinking like when they hear he and him, they think they talking about a man when it clearly describes it's talking about motion as being he and him.
So that's the give and the take, the yin and the yang,
Right.
the pull and the yang. You see what I'm saying? It's always a up to every down and a left to every right. You dig what I'm saying? But
Right.
the vortex is the beginning of all creation.
Right.
You as a physical person are created by a vortex. Excuse my French, and I'm gonna clean it up. But when your mother and your father first get together, the semen that comes out of your father shoots in a spiral vortexian shape out of his penis. It's just true.
And it looked like comets floating in the sky, like the way comets be rolling out.
But your mother has a vortex within her called an egg. And when it is inseminated with the semen, what does it do? It spins and multiplies, even while it's attached to the walls, the uterine walls. It spins, boom, boom, separating itself, division and division and division. And the whole time it's spinning on the inside of the egg. This is why in Nation of Islam understanding, they say woman is the closest to God because she holds within her the triple black darkness, which is what they call the womb. You see what I'm saying? It all applies. This is why I don't turn down nothing.
Right.
I ain't against no religion.
Right.
That's not what I'm here for, because the tenets of every religion are, for the most part, the best part, because it's help the brother, help the homeless, help the babies, do the best you can, for the most part.
Right.
They're the Mosaical laws, for the most part, all of them. So if you kept that would have just been cool. But you start your Bible off with in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. And then you get stories about talking snakes, you get genealogies, you get so much stuff that don't have nothing to do with the creation of the planet. Where did you get them stories? Where were they compiled? Your Tanakh was compiled in 491 by Ezra in Babylon, 491 BC. You a newcomer.
And then the crazy thing about this is that, think about this. You know, they got the story of Moses' birth to his death, and when he came down with the laws. If you notice, in his life story, ain't one verse where the nigga Moses said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and da-da-da-da-da. He ain't say none of that shit. He said, Shema, hear, O Israel, Adonai is one, Adonai Elohim is one, or Yahweh is one. But he ain't come down talking about, no, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, because it would have been presented in his life story.
Exactly. Exactly. Moses came down and told you 10 things. That's it. That's all Torah. Everything else you got from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And the Assyrians. From the Babylonians, from Israel's enemies. The compiler of your text told you in 2nd Ezra that it was all burned. Revealed in Oahspe that for 400 years consecutive to the time Israel, so from basically 491 BC, 891 BC to 491 BC, what no written text of the Israelites? None. Couldn't have been before the life of Ezra.
Yeah, because see, that's after
years is contiguous.
That's after the Babylonian captivity.
491 BC to 491 BC, you didn't have a text, and the compiler of your text tell you didn't have one in his own book that he slid in your damn Bible that you was trying to tell me come from God, come from the Creator. No, your book is from a man. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't help but admit that. They readily admit the Bible was written by Moses. Nah, I'm not saying that. That's not what we saying over here. We're not saying that. There's a difference between the source, the author, and the compiler. We gonna lay them out, man. Y'all come in, humility, honor and humility with the boy Malachi Maccabee, honor and humility, STL. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna represent the faith as well for y'all, man. Don't worry about it.
Put that pain in, boy, because for years we've been exposing these goddamn documents, these compiling to the text. I went through yesterday and went through the Constantine to show how these niggas, them niggas did that motherfucking Bible dirty the way they did that. It was slick though. You know what I mean? Them niggas had 2,000 books and them niggas selected all the sayings that are good and threw out all the bad. But then I thought about it. I said they threw out all the bad, but how did the bad get back in there? Because you got God telling niggas to sacrifice niggas.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother story. We ain't gonna give them too much of the debate, but we know that debate. Right. So what's the name? Did y'all come up with an actual a topic for it yet?
Yeah, it's authorship. Who is the author of excuse me, there's my phone. Hold on. Who is the author of Tanakh, and who is the author of Oahspe? I got a good one for y'all too, man. It's gonna be a good one. You know what I mean? Trust me, I didn't agree to a title if I didn't think I had an advantage, even in the title. I'm gonna get an advantage anyway because I'm only telling you.
So, is this gonna be based off of chapter and verse, or is this gonna be dealing with outside sources?
It can't be dealing with outside sources. It's holy book versus holy book. So he can use my book if he want to. I can use his. You dig what I'm saying? We holding the text accountable. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So with that, we keep the ego out of the game. Because I don't necessarily have a personal issue with the brother. His name is Abinadab. West Indian brother.
Oh yeah.
I don't got no problem with that brother.
Yeah, the man them throw shots. The man them throw shots.
People astray.
The man them throw shots at the hydrant like the hydrant not come through and knock them down, boy. One fear. See, that's what niggas forget. Once they get in the ring, you in a danger zone now.
Yeah, I'm not playing. You know what I mean? I got it.
Because he said, he claiming after you, he want me. I said, boy, if you can't get Cal P, if you can't get past Cal P, ain't no way hell you gonna deal with me.
He can't get past me. That's see, like, we the only two people who even do this. I've been looking around for years. And I know people who got a grasp of Oahspe and been in it 40, 30, 50 years, and they not even nowhere near breaking down Oahspe what we talking about.
That's facts.
We light years ahead of these dudes.
Yeah.
But the people in the faith that I'm around, I breathe on them. I give them these ideas, and I show them. But see, I show them where I get it from, and then I apply that to subjective and objective proofs, and then I bring in the empirical data and the historical data to prove a thing. Other than that, you can't prove it. So if it don't stand up to scrutiny, then it's false. So automatically, you about to take this L in the introduction. He gonna take an L in the introduction before I even get to my text, or my presentation. I'm gonna open the floodgates in the intro. I'm not playing with him, and I'm not playing with the guy. Cause see, we gonna get into where the authorship of Oahspe come from. We gonna show where the authorship of Oahspe come from, but then we gonna get into the authorship, sourcing, compilement of that Bible. That's what we gonna do. We gonna expose it. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm telling you, oh Israel.
It's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. It's gonna revert back to. It's gonna revert back to divine inspiration.
It's gonna.
That's where the debate.
Come back. Go ahead.
No, that's because once y'all actually both conclude that these sources was inspired, now we got to deal with the inspiration.
Right.
And the source of inspiration. You know what I mean?
Correct. You did what I'm talking about. And at best, he's going to say God.
Exactly.
Elohim.
And I already know what you're going to hit him with, boy. That's going to be killer.
Killer. You did what I'm talking about? It was a bear trap the whole time. They feeding guppies to a bear. They feeding guppies to a bear. You did what I'm talking about? So, man.
So let me ask you this. All right, so after you defeat him in this debate, what's another topic? I already got the next topic I want to beat a nigga up on. Jehovah in the Bible versus Jehovah in the creator. Who is the real creator? That topic right there. But what's another topic you want to touch on? Because we're going to keep this shit going. This is like, it's really iron sharpening iron for both parties. If niggas getting their personal feelings and, you know, they want God to strike niggas dead, that's on them. This is meant. This is like.
And
this.
You proved that point. You proved that point. That your God is a jealous, evil, maniacal, murdering. You know what I mean? Pedophilic. You dig what I'm saying? A troglodyte that he says he is, and that couldn't be the creator. So that book couldn't be sourced from the Most High. Not with them many. Think about how many contradictions in it. If these were written even by the angels of the Most High, it would have no contradictions. None. Not one. You think the angels of the Most High dumb? They can't write a couple paragraphs? I hate that they try to limit my creator like this, man. I hate that they do that. They got to come out the box. You dig what I'm talking about? Creator is everything outside of the box. So you got to look over the wall of your little Nike shoebox and notice the whole world out here.
Exactly.
I want somebody, somewhere, anywhere, to show me a watch that doesn't have a watchmaker. So, let's scale it up, Selah. Micro to macro, macro to micro, right?
Let me ask you this. No, go ahead. What you about to say? Say what you about to say.
Show me a planet that doesn't have a planet creator. Show me a sun that doesn't have a sun creator. Show me a galaxy that doesn't have a galaxy creator. If it's part of creation, it was created. This is a 2-year-old could get this.
But see, where the misunderstanding comes in is that the creator, they're giving reverence to this goddamn man floating in space.
Called God.
Called God.
With the he has the, what they say is that God, who they claim to be the Most High, has a shape and a form like a man.
He got a torso.
He sit in the seat. You dig what I'm talking about? He got a sword. You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta have hands to pick up a sword, don't you? Yeah. Usually hands are attached to the end of arms. So you got the hole, and then you showed Moses your hind parts.
He did some Jehu shit. He did some Jehu shit.
Listen, showed them buns. Jehu got down there and kissed their feet. Your forefather got down there and kissed them feet.
I thought you wasn't supposed to bow down to no motherfuckers. Y'all kissing the feet of the Assyrians. What? Come on now. Y'all want to talk about Jah Nu, bro? But Jehu, your prophet, is kissing the feet of the Assyrians when your God say, you shall bow down to nobody? Get out of here with that.
Right. Where was all that dying spirit then? Willing to stand on it then?
Exactly. Where's the God of war then? That's your God of war? Better than no one fucking kissing the feet of the Assyrians? That's the God of war?
Who was beating your God up? Who was the Assyrian God that was beating your God up so bad?
That was Ashtaray, a damn woman.
Ashtaroth, she was beating him up.
Ashtaroth got the best of goddamn Baal in that situation. Mm-hmm. But later on, Baal ended up getting her and cast her in hell. But Correct. He got her, she got him right there. So the Israelites, not only y'all niggas went into captivity, but under the inspiration of a goddess.
Hey, you know what blew my mind, man? And I'm trying to find this verse, right? I'm trying to find this verse where, because I hear a lot of the Israelite brothers, the Torah Knights, there's another group, and all these guys, they give praise to Yahweh Akkad. They give praise to Yahweh Akkad. And to come to find out that Yahweh Akkad, which is mentioned in Oahspe, is a subservient sublord to Baal. This same Yahweh Akkad that they praying to is a subservient sublord to Baal. And there's no mistake in the name. It's Yahweh Akkad. And I'm trying to remember exactly where that is, and it would probably be in the Ark of Bond. Who was you said they were in Rome. They was in Rome, and
this is Constantine time. What you talking? This is Constantine time.
No, this is pre-Constantine.
So what? What's that? This is before the captivity of Israel. The captivity of Israel was 722 BC. Then the other captivity was 522, something like that BC.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember.
But it's during the time of Baal, though. It's during the time of Baal reign.
Yeah, it's during it. But people got to understand, Baal came in with Anu. So roughly 3450 BC down to 312 AD. That's a long time. Yeah, and man, they got to understand that Baal was already a lord.
Right.
The lowest rank or the first atmospheric or the first emancipated level of an angel on the first rank, Baal had already been one of them.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? But hey, you know what I mean? I gotta take this call real quick, brother.
All right, no doubt. But you know what I mean? Man. It was good having you on like always, and I want to let you come through anyway and drop.
Man,
Your little
y'all
debate.
tune in on the 17th, man. It's gonna be a good one, man. I got a doozy for him. I'm gonna Ali this boy.
That's what I want you to do, King. I want you to put them goddamn gloves on him, boy.
Yeah, indeed. I got a cold jab.
But yeah, go ahead and
My jab is called Ja.
Jaja. Double jab.
Ja on him. Ja, double jab. That's a double jab. They can't understand. I get them all dribbling it off balance. And then it's simple to the high spirited. They understand it when you say God and when you say Satan. They not talking about somebody outside of themselves.
That's right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Satan
right.
is of you. Just like God is of you.
That's
There
right.
is no difference.
Right.
Every true God, every true God has been a living, breathing man on earth, born from a woman.
That's right.
Every single one of them.
That's why I don't understand. You had these Israelites, this one cat talking about Joseph was the creator. Joseph is the creator.
I seen that, but you got to take it in the context. We went back and shout to the brother Yaso Fit, man. Listen, man, I like Yaso Fit, man.
Yaso Fit, a real
That's
one.
my guy.
Yeah,
you know how
real
you
one.
know some people just straight up dudes?
Right.
You just get a vibe off of them.
You done know.
You know what I mean? Like if we was in the same city, we'd be tearing this mother.
Oh, nigga, it'll be game over.
But Yaso Fit, know the brother. This the same brother that was talking about drinking piss is good. He drank piss and rub it on his skin and say it's a body cleanser.
Dr. Sabi used to talk about that shit. He did that shit. I wasn't with that shit, but I heard him in his lectures talking about that shit. I was like, all right, y'all niggas done went too far with that shit. I'm good on that goddamn part, nigga. Y'all wild.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was just as crazy as the brother said he was gonna kill the babies last week.
Now, see, that's the question. That's in the Bible. So, is that the creator telling niggas to kill motherfuckers when he told y'all thou shalt not kill and murder? Now, is it an excuse why he's giving y'all a pass to kill? You know what I mean?
Can't be, man. Can't
That's
be,
that bullshit.
Man. It can't be, man.
They got a lot of explaining to do.
The creator give us the ability to judge light from dark, to judge good from bad. You know what I mean? He give us that. Man, if somebody tell you, if two people walk up to you, and one tell you to do good to other and be kind, you dig what I'm talking about? Thus saith Jehovah.
That's right.
And another one walk up to you and say, nigga, we about to go shoot these niggas in the face. I'm killing their mama and their babies. Make no mistake, my nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? And he say, I heard this from Jehovah. You dig what I'm saying? There is no mistake which one really come from Jehovah. There ain't no mistake in that. You know what I mean? The murdering, low-down killing nigga is not the Most High. Everybody know that. Everybody know he can and soft and loving and caring. Even though he's strong, he got all the power. You dig what I'm saying? But we know he can. That's how he moves. That's how he get. You know what I mean? That's how he moves. Because he don't gotta be abusive and warlike.
Right.
Which is the exact opposite. The exact opposite of the biblical God.
Right.
The exact opposite. So when somebody tell you to kill something, that's always bad. That ain't never of the Creator. That's of gods and lords. This is the simple thing you got to understand when you're reading Oahspe. When you're talking about a God, when you're talking about Lord God, when you're talking about a Lord, you are never talking about the Most High.
Right.
So when your God turn around and tell you to praise him, when true God praises the Creator too, and never asks for your praise, ever. So anybody who ever praised in a temple, yeah, Solomon Solomon's temple and all that, you was false.
Exactly.
You was praising a fake God, a false God. And at that time, it was Baal. Then Luamon got you.
Imagine that.
Yeah, hold on. I keep trying to tell you that Yahweh is Ashtaroth. Yahweh said he was going to scatter you to the wind, to the four winds. Guess what Ashtaroth said?
Good.
I'm going to scatter you to the four winds. And guess what? He did it and she did it. They can take on both aspects, male and female. Ashtaroth is also Mot, the female deity that is akin to Molech. Baal and Ashtaroth been thick as thieves for years until she got jealous. You dig what I'm talking about? She got jealous. And I think that whole experience, because how you be thick as thieves for thousands of years, and you think now because Baal get up on the Israelites, why would she get jealous? You dig what I'm talking about? It don't make sense.
Hey, this cat named Ak Malik said that sounds like Christian doctrine. Sounds like we got a debate.
What sound like Christian doctrine?
I guess niggas throwing shots or whatever. So, hey, if you a Bible believer, if that's what you're standing on, you know what it is. Step into the ring, defend your God. We got Cal P. He right here. He'll step up. He ready to go.
Yeah, we can freestyle this. You did what I'm talking about? We'll go off the dome. You know what I mean? We speak from the heart. But that threw me off. What was we talking about?
No, I'm just looking in the chat. I'm just looking at what people saying and shit. So to kill isn't immortal, to murder is immortal. I'm just looking at some of the shit he was saying.
Well, don't believe this. If it's not logical and it doesn't make common sense, it is not of the Creator. So let me just kill all this stupid talk that they be talking about, trying to give the out for their false gods to murder and kill, and hence for them to go murder and kill. Because this is what he is asking, and that you must acquiesce to, or you going to hell for. Showing the false nature of the false gods. They treat you like hoes. They trick you and run you and got you looking over the shoulder and you're never in a good position. You're duped from the start. This is why it's important to stay on the God.
Right.
We're not worried about the man.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about? And I never, damn, Selah, I just thought of this. Want to hear something crazy?
What's up?
What if it is the false gods of Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Brahmanism, right? Because remember, they went to hell and they turned back to true Creator, so now they working against their own.
Them niggas with us right now, my nigga. They with us right now.
What if, bro? We the only brothers who do this.
These niggas is driving inspiration for us to help them expose their doctrine so they can quicker get the goddamn Aetherium.
What if Christ is inspiring us to bang on him, on his own self?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
What if the false God is inspiring us and to tear down his religion because he needed it?
That's exactly what we's going on, because that's all them niggas on the redemptive road. So what better to use? Because hey, who the fuck else know Luamung? Niggas don't know shit about no Luamung in Islam. Niggas don't know shit about Luamung in Christianity, the Kemetic community. Only niggas who got the, because in Revelation 19 it says, and only he had a name that only he knew. You see what I'm saying? Don't nobody know Luamung name but him. So that shit got revealed in the Oahspe, this fake ass Christ. And you know, we talk shit about it, but we know Not everybody, but we know that Luamung and them is on a redemptive path. So they got to undo what they did, which is to expose and tell the people that they were not the creator. So that's exactly what we doing. We helping the redemption of them niggas to get to Aetherius, because the faster the people can let go of these concepts, the quicker them niggas could be released and ascend to the Aetherius at the harvest time.
Yep.
You dig?
Yes.
So
That's
nigga.
exactly what happened. So, but I had never thought of that. To just now.
Nah, yeah, nigga been knew that shit.
What if it is? It just came to me, and see, that's how I get inspiration.
True.
It be the whole, not only the whole question, but it be the whole answer at once.
Right, facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? And so I just look at it and decipher it. You dig what I'm talking about? So I can break it down a couple different ways, but it's all true. And the thing is, why wouldn't?
Now, hold on. Now, since
we both do.
but hold up, since you open up that can of worms, we since you open up those can of worms, if Luamung and them is looking at redeeming themselves by exposing what they did, and we helping them do that, think about those who still holding on and striving against him, like these motherfuckers now, thinking that they got it right and exact. And these are new Luamungs duplicating and shit, just multiplying the little Luamungs and shit, little Luamungs.
Right, and we know we are the creator, right? But it would even make more sense, because we know Luamung are fighting up. We know those Gabriel are fighting peace. We know ball ain't no joke.
And then
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would make sense that they would come back and get the most mentally and physically street dudes. It makes that they know what would affect their crowd. Because you see what I'm saying? What would affect their crowd is this information being told through real street cats.
Let me tell you this. Can you imagine this nigga Luamung, Jabril and them niggas are still here, and them niggas was here from the time of Constantine, from the time of Ezra? Can you imagine having a discussion with this nigga, bro? Running down the history of this shit in real time? Like, oh man, this shit is crazy.
He would melt your mind with the information that he gets. People gotta understand, false god Luamung was already a lord, circa 1100 to 1500.
That's right.
He was already a true Lord God.
Right.
He set up the triune, or the Father, Son, Holy Ghost.
That's right.
To try to initially help at first.
That's right. So they didn't even have evil intention.
Not at first.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
But see, when you don't put creator first, it always fails.
It's going to revert to self.
You're going to have to tell people that you the creator.
That's right.
In the end. And that's when you become false. You dig what I'm talking about? Right there, you duped yourself, and now you duping other people to praise you like you the Most High. When even you know that's false. Because he was a true Lord. So he understood Jehovah.
Yo, somebody got a question. Linda got a question. The female got a question. She said, raised hand. I have a question. When was the letter J put in scripture alphabet?
Well, in scripture. So she mean in Hebrew?
Well, if she's talking about the letter J, that'll be during the English language.
Yeah, so I think they say that come in around.
That's like the 14th, 15th century.
8th century, 11th century.
No, that's like the 4th, 5th century, 8th, because that's when the J came in with the English language. So we're talking about King James and a little before King James period, 14th century, 14th. Yeah, 14th century, you can say that. That's when they say the English came about.
Okay, but dig this. That's fine and dandy that it popped up, the J popped up in Hebrew. But the problem becomes the Israelites, the true Essenes, never spoke Hebrew. They didn't speak Hebrew.
All right, now, you know that's a controversial
Hebrew.
subject, so let's touch on that for a minute. So when you say that the Hebrews did not speak Hebrews, first, what is the Hebrew language, or explain that concept of what you're saying?
First of all, the Jews, the people who are claiming to be Israelites that were enslaved, kings to the, slaves to the, or people of the kingdoms of Judah and Israel who were enslaved in the Middle East. Those people took the name Jew and called themselves Hebrew. But it is in fact that the Israelites didn't speak Hebrew until he got to Egypt. The Hebrew is a Canaanitish language, 100%. What I'm saying is, Abram didn't speak Hebrew. He would have been introduced to it.
Okay.
Moses didn't speak Hebrew. Moses spoke the Hebrew. We're talking about, we know, and Yeshua didn't speak Hebrew. He wasn't of the people who got enslaved. He was of the Essenes. So they kept the true creator.
What language? Because you know, it's a lot of people who say that Yeshua spoke Aramaic first century.
Yeshua spoke Aramaic. Moses spoke the Hebrew, what they call Hebrew, but it's a Phoenician-based language, but is the Ahamic of the time of Ebra, and his language, the Ahamic, the language of the oracle, which is the language Abram spoke, which is a cuneiform type language, written in cuneiform. That's the Ahamic. You dig what I'm talking about? Abram spoke that. So going back, the three major lights of Israel, Aramaic.
So hold up, wait, check this out. We got to beat them up. Let's keep in mind. Let's deal with the Bible now, because we're going to beat them up on this, because look, you just said something. You said niggas ain't speak the language. Abraham came and was introduced to the language. But the people of the land was the Canaanites, and according to the Bible, the Canaanites supposed to be a cursed people. In the eyes of the Hebrew Israelites, the Canaanites are a cursed people. So they adopted the language of a cursed people according to their Bible.
Man, all these tribes out here, every channel I've watched, one of these brothers is banging on the African people. I've even heard Tazaria say that if a little African kid came to the cookout, he wouldn't feed him.
See what I'm saying? Them niggas will starve them infants. Them niggas gonna starve them infants.
But what they don't understand is, they the Canaanite. You was in bondage in Africa. You was in bondage in Assyria, which is in Africa. You mixed in with the Canaanite. Didn't Judah first kids come through a Canaanitish woman who sat on side of the road?
That's right.
You the Canaanite that you hate so much.
And then not only that, according to the Bible, the firstborn is his. So Judah's firstborn son was a Canaanite. And that's you know, you open the matrix, you open the womb, the firstborn is mine. That's what the scriptures say.
What they don't understand is that is a ploy of the false gods, Ashtaroth and Baal. Ashtaroth herself inspired the women of Canaan to come into the camps of the Israelites. And they was fine. They was fine as all outdoors. And them boys couldn't keep themselves together. Now, years and years later, them half Canaanitish kids who are calling themselves now Hebrews and Jews, or people of the tribe of Judah, right? It is them people who overthrew the peace process of the real Israelites.
And those will be your modern day camp niggas now.
That's them. That's them. This is why y'all gotta get out of that understanding. We not banging on Bible per se, because there are Jews in there. But to understand the allegory, because Jesus told you the story in allegory. He said the kingdom is at hand. They couldn't see nothing at his hand, so they was confused. You're not knowing that it's in you. What he was talking about. It is that time now that those revelations are being revealed through the Cosmine Bible of Oahspe. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the revelation that they was talking about. We're going to prove without a doubt where our source is. We're going to prove without a doubt who our author is. We're going to prove without a doubt, who our compiler and publisher is. You did what I'm talking about?
Shit, our job, that's a good thing, because shit, that's goddamn 1880, so that's recent history, nigga. Them niggas gotta go back to the BC and try to figure shit out, nigga.
They guy couldn't perceive telephone. He couldn't perceive Wi-Fi. He wasn't far reaching enough to understand that we was gonna have cars. This is why he's telling you he's coming back on a horse.
in the sky.
Hey, didn't he say he gonna have a name on his forehead and across his thigh no man knew, right?
Yeah, that Lua Monk shit.
That's Lua Monk.
Cause he did it. Cause think about it. It says a name that no man knew, and when in the story of Constantine, when Lua Monk showed the cross, it said the same thing, and no man understood the description on the cross. Same kind of concept.
El Christ.
Exactly.
That's when he took on the appellation Christ, which right there made him false, because Christ, Buddha, Brahma, and Allah all mean the same thing. It means the most high knowledge. But that proves that you're false right there, because the source of all truth is the Creator. Right there, doing that shit was making him false, because at the end, remember, at the end of the Nicene Council, even God had to admit, putting the text together wasn't the sin.
Right, exactly. I read that yesterday.
That wasn't the sin, but where he made the name Lord and God, worshipful and all that, that's where Lua Monk sinned at. When he took on that title Christ, and that we were supposed to follow him, that's where he sinned at.
Right.
Making a story up about Jesus was just that, making a story up. It's just a book. You did what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
They make up fanciful tales every day. They made up Star Wars, like the brother said today. They made up Star Wars. But, you know what I mean? I got something for him, man. See, the thing is, you can't battle common sense.
Yeah.
1 + 1 is always 2. It ain't never 3. Even if they try to tell you, well, 1 + 1, the mother plus the father equal the child, that's 3. 1 + 1 is 3.
That's why they'll never catch us up. They'll never catch us, caught us up with that whole God and confusing God with the Creator. Nigga who read the Oahspe will never get caught out there with that shit.
No. And it say, look for the people who praise the one Creator, Jehovah, who can convince them about the tales and fairy tales of lords and gods and saviors and messiahs.
Oh man.
Who could turn them people against Jah?
You see that?
Huh? Look for them, because they got the light for you. And then he go on further to say that all good things of the world come through the faiths.
Facts.
Everything that's good.
Imagine that, yo.
Come on, man. You dig what I'm saying? And we're a very small minority. But in the end of the day,
very small. You think the Israelites is a remnant, nigga? We the remnant of the remnant.
Yeah, we're a remnant of the remnant of the remnant. You know
Other goddamn remnant, shit.
Right. We're a remnant of the Zarathustrian days. You know what I mean? We go back to the iron. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying,
But,
exactly.
Hey, I always thought, man, the mind state that the iron had to be in constantly, right? Saying, hold on. Let me connect you back up. Hold on.
No, you good? I can hear you.
You back on there?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. The physical DNA makeup and the understanding and mind state that these people had to be in 24/7, that you are seeing and interacting with the angels all the time. So it would like be in a state of walking suif. You pure open. You are 50% angelic.
That's right.
For anybody who get into psychedelics, psychotropics, and things like that, those awakening moments. You know what I mean? Where everything is pretty and colorful and beautiful. Those are just glimpses of what the higher Aetherian heavens could be.
Hey, somebody got another question for you. It says, where does the 666 come from? Why was it said those was the mark of the beast?
Yeah, that's a good question. Selah, can you pull that up? I believe is that in Safa?
What's that?
What the mark of the beast is. You did want to talk about, well, let me just explain.
That's in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. I'll pull it up and I'll let you elaborate on it.
Okay, because I don't got my book on me right this second.
No, you good.
But, yeah, that's Cosmogony and Prophecy. Okay, the six. This is the actual timetables of prophecy. It's a misunderstanding. What they're saying is 666 is the mark of the beast, right? But many people forget to say the very next word, the very next line, and the number of a man, right? 666 is the mark of the beast and the number of the man. 66, what they're saying is 66.6% or more Earth DNA. You stop at that point being Homo sapien sapien. You are at that time a man nonetheless, but you are leaning more earthly, more animalistic when you have more than 66.6% earth or asu or animalistic DNA, right? And
all right, you know, I found the verse. I found the verse. I'm gonna go to It's in the book of.
Go ahead.
No, it's in the book of Cosmogony, chapter 8, verse 7. But you can finish your build, and I'll read it for you.
Right. When you got less than 33.3% angelic DNA, you tend to be beastly, larger. What do they call them? They call them hominids. You become more hominid than Homo sapien. At that point, they are talking about spiritual DNA rate, or what is called Vortexian rate or record. What we misunderstand is DNA. They told the Ions this is a thing not of learning, this is a thing of the seed. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes down to that, if you have 66.6% more Earth DNA than you do angelic DNA, you at that point become more like the Earth. You become more beastly, more animal-like. You become larger physically. And remember, the Ion was birthed generally 50-50. And because he was 50% angelic and 50% earth, it made him small. So the more like the earth more towards the 66.6%, the more physically larger you are. Man today is roughly 60-40, tending towards that perfect ratio. You dig what I'm talking about? Tending towards that 55-45, that 58-42, where you're creeping up towards the angelic DNA. You're creeping up in the angelic DNA, but you're still keeping the physical size to dominate the planet, unlike the iron. You see what I'm saying? So 66 is it is part of the so-called beast cycle, 33, 66, 99, in the understanding and rendering of time and prophecy. You dig what I'm saying? So when you get off into the verse, it'll explain the angelic DNA and the level of 666 and what it actually means.
I'm gonna read a couple verses. I want you to elaborate, because basically what Cal P's talking about, y'all, is talking about the beginning with Asu, primitive man, who was 100% earthly man, animal man, and then the angels interbred, and that crossbreed between the Asu, earthly man, and the angels created a new race called man. And these angels, or these new race of men or women, had the ability to comprehend a concept of the creator. So it's just like a damn, say, gorilla or a monkey. You trying to tell them about the creator, their comprehension is not there. They're earthbound, you know what I mean? So it's a lot to go into that, but that's what he was basically briefing. So for those who may not get where he was coming from as far as the angel DNA and all that, what he's talking about, we could go deeper in. But I found a couple other verses, King, where it talks about the 666 referring to a time of warfare as well. So
it is part of the beast cycle. You dig what I'm talking about? I mean, just for instance, what was going on in 1966? Just for instance. Anybody remember the war? Vietnam? What was going on in 99? Just bringing it up. Just showing the correlation of the lines of life. That's not exactly how it falls, but I'm just showing you the relation to the beast cycle. These times of war, these times of destruction, these times of... So what was happening in 1966? If I'm telling you this is a time of war.
Right.
We were in war here on Earth. You dig what I'm talking about? But, you know, to show everybody the 33, the 66, and the 99, right? That this is not coincidence, and that every 33rd year repeats itself, and that after every third, you add 1. So you get 99, you add 1. Makes it 100. So in 2020, we were in a pandemic. In 1920, we were in a pandemic. In 1820, we was in a pandemic. In 1720, we was in a pandemic. This is all proven through history. Time, go look it up.
And that coincided with the Spanish flu pandemic 100 years ago. Repeating, like you said, that 99, that 100-year cycle.
Have you ever seen the pictures that what they was going through?
Nigga, they look just like us now. Just like what we going through.
Us.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up a picture for the people to see. The Spanish flu, which was 100 years ago, is the exact same thing we going through today, showing you these cycles of 99 years repeat every third 99 years. The sub-cycle. We're gonna do. I did a video called "The Prophetic Times," and I showed the charts laid up. But I'm gonna show you in the description of the Spanish flu how the people was looking and how they had to wear the mask the same way they had we do today.
Now, and then, but look, going with this logic that every 33rd year repeats itself, 33 being a time of disease. So you add that 33 onto 1920, you get 1953, right? What was going on? do you see? Can you tie it in? Can you tie it in for the people? Does it show that where it says 33, 69, 66, 99, and how they are tied to the B cycles? That's going to be a time with disease in it. Do y'all know what was going on in 1953? One of the worst diseases in the world hit Eastern Europe and Russia and all that after the war, and utterly destroyed these people. This is where you get things like rickets, because people was eating out of cans for so long. You dig what I'm talking about? Eating food out of cans for so long, even in America. But it ravaged Europe. 1953. Okay. 66 is a time of war. You dig what I'm talking about? So you add 33 to that 1953, you get 1986. Anybody know what was going on in 1986? Ever heard of Grenada? Ever heard of the Contras? You better read up on the Bolivian genocide and all that shit. That shit was still going on in 1986. Better read up on Venezuela.
Hey, I just pulled up a couple pictures from the Spanish flu to show how they was wearing a mask 100 years ago exactly, because the Spanish flu was 1920. 100 years, that's 22?
Yeah, I think it started in 1919, but it should.
Yeah, 1919. But yeah, that was the cusp. That's right when the pandemic started, a year after.
Exactly.
Look at the timing of that. So look at the shit, people. Look at that. They got they wearing the mask. So showing you the prophetic times that the Oahspe talking about is showing you the proof right there.
But
they talk about the influenza.
Let's add 33 more. Let's add 33 more on that and add the year. Add the 1 year. So that'll be 2019, and you add the 1 year, that brings us into 2020. But just like in 1919, on the 99th year, the corona started in Asia in 2019 before it even got here.
Right, exactly.
We just add in the one because you got to do it in prophecy, but it bring it to the time that it was here in America, just like it was here in America in 2020.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? This is not a mistake.
Now check this. Now when we go to the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 8, right? Since we're dealing with a pandemic, it states in verse 2, it says, Eth being the time of light. Eth being the time of light is named Dan. Ja'ah, the time of fever, pandemic, and plague. And Ajah, the time of war, dashing forth with power, grasping Ma, the earth being the subject. So we definitely in the time of Ja'ah, which is the time of fever, epidemic, and plague, because that's what we're facing right now.
And what y'all need to understand, we've been in Ja'ah since April 2019.
And check this. Look at verse 1. I should have went with verse 1. It's breaking down the numbers. It says, let Eth or Ether stand as 1, Ja'ah as 2, Ajah as 3, and Corpor as 4. To Eth gave motion of 100 or 99. To Corpor gave 0. That is no motion of itself. To Ja'ah, which is the time we in, gave 66. See that?
Yeah.
To Ajah gave 33. Ajah be more closer to the time of light. But check that, semi-darkness. But check how it states Ajah is 66. 66 is the time of the beast. Let's get that. Because I got the first right here, Cal P. When we go to verse 7.
Hold on, let me hit my Hebrew voice. Bring it on.
Bring it out. When we go to verse 7, that's right. It says, consequently, consequently, the two most important periods the prophets consider come within 33 and 66.
66.
As they of old say, man and beast, in which measure man is divided into two parts, man and beast. When they say beast, meaning man's lower nature. And there is ever a percentage in his behavior inclining to one or the other. And they correspond to the vortexian currents of the earth. So right there, it's saying like the time of Aja is 66. That'll be the beast, and man would be the 33, the 33%.
Yeah.
But not only that, it's another time where it talks about the tables of the winter tables of the beast. That got to do with the moon cycles.
Correct.
Let me look for that real quick. But go ahead.
And the crazy part is we came out of one from what I'm understanding. We came out of one in 1947, 1948, 100 years after the beginning of the start of the Cosmos era. They was cleaning up stuff in them first 100 years.
That's true.
The Lewises was working to birth our parents, who would then go on to birth the very first cosmology, our grandparents and great-grandparents, who would go on to produce our grandparents and our mothers.
Now check this. Now check this. That's right and exact. Now go ahead, finish your building. I got that verse for you.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
So check this, King. In the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 3, verse 16, it talk about the winter tablets of the beast. But check what it say, though. So now check this. Now, this is where I ain't talking about the earth being flat or nothing, but this is where I can see some relevance to the earth being compressed and then not compressed. You know what I mean? Or, you know, inhale and an exhale. But check what the verse here. Verse 16 states. I'm gonna read. It's pretty lengthy, but close towards the middle is gonna talk about the times of the beast. But verse 16 states, it says, as the lens power loses by flattening the vortex and increasing by rounding the vortex. So right there, it's like a pulsation. So when niggas may be talking about a flat earth, it may not necessarily be flat. It's just that the vortex could be flattening prior to increasing, or increasing, rounding, and vice versa. So if the vortex is flattening, that will have an effect on the planet. And it says as it increased by rounding, likewise that'll have an effect on the planet. But check it, coming to the beast shit. It said it will be observed that the position of the moon's vortex relatively to the earth is a far conclusion as the times of ebbs and flood tides. In periods of 33 years, therefore, tables can be constructed, expressing very nearly the variation of vortexia for a day in the year, and to prophesy correctly as to the winters and summers, so far as light and darkness and heat and cold are concerned. This flattening and rounding of the vortexian lens of the earth is one cause of the wonderful difference between the heat of one summer compared with
the heat of another.
Correct. As compared with one of these also, tables can be made. Winter tables made by the ancients were based on periods of 666 years and were called Satan tables, or the times of the beast. Tables made of such a basis are superior to the calculation made only relatively to the position of the moon. So see, the moon cycle got a lot to do with these prophetic times, the time of the beast, the time of light, the time of darkness. But notice how it says 666 once again.
Right.
These are cosmological doings as well.
Correct. It's not just earthly.
Right.
This is the cosmology of the whole universe. There's an ebb and a flow, a give and a take. You dig what I'm talking about? There's an up and a down. And when they're talking about the flattening and the rounding of the vortex, they're just talking about the way that the earth tilts and the way the sun actually hits our atmosphere. When it's rounder, why it's hotter and gives to the earth more is because just like a convex lens, our atmosphere is. So the more it rounds, the more it focuses the light beam, releasing the heat from the earth.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And when it's flat, it refracts, or I hate to say bend, but the light is not as direct as, for instance, if I hold up a mirror, a
needle,
magnifying glass to a lens, I can get a point outside of a window pane. Excuse me. If I take a window pane and I just open up the light and I let it shine in the room, it will be whatever the temperature it can reach with the actual sunlight blaring through the window pane. That is the flat. So you dig what I'm talking about? But if I put a magnifying glass on the end or on the outside of that window pane and shine that light, that same light that's coming in there, I focus it with the rounded part of the magnifying lens, which would equate to our vortex. You see what I'm saying? I can not only raise the temperature in the room, I can start a fire.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because I can focus the light to a point to where it burns, another thing, and it releases vortexia, which is why it burns.
So when they say Jaja is a consuming fire, that's that vortexian energy.
Yeah, and there are times, they got to understand, there are times where our planet is giving and taking from the galaxy, from our sun. There are times where the galaxy imparts things to our planet, and there is a time.
That's Ajah. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that verse in Ajah when we talk about that. But go ahead, elaborate.
Which is Ajah, and there is a time where things are taking away from a planet, which we are in right now, which is the time of war and disease, called Jaya, or semi-light. You see what I'm saying? Think about like this. When we real street dudes, and we had black mamas, right? On Saturday, what your mama used to do? She used to make you get up before cartoons. You got to clean up on Saturday.
Saturday, clean up.
Every Saturday. What the first thing she do? She peel the window shields back. What she say that do? She say the light kill germs. So what happened is we're in a time of extra light. So what does it do? It kills germs. So what or exacerbates them, right? It exacerbates germs. Just like the light does to a germ, the light does to a human. So at these times, there is a giving away from the planet in these times of JR. You see what I'm saying? And
right.
then there's a time of Ajah where things are coming to the planet, falling on the planet. You see what I'm saying? That's
what I'm getting at right now. The falling, like how you said, the absorption and the releasing. That's what I want to get to, because that's something to address. Because you know what I mean. It's like these are mysteries of the earth and heavens that we don't know about. So when fire and brimstone fall from the sky, we thinking that's the end of the world, not knowing that's just a seasonal cycle in the cosmos.
Right. Creator said He released from the meteoric rain of our atmosphere. Why do we have come to find out, we have a meteor belt that is before our sun. Before our moon. In between the earth and the moon is a meteoric belt. They call the Van Allen belt. There's big old rocks in there. You dig what I'm talking about? There's a whole level, just like Jehovah say, of nothing but the stuff that make up planets floating around the planet. And at times, just like rain or just like snow, the vortexian wave releases those things onto rocks, water, the stuff that make up oil, the stuff that make up sea moon, anything that it takes to create a planet rains on the planet.
So check it. I found the verse.
That time is called nebula.
Let's go to Ajah real quick. I found that verse that you was referring to earlier when you was talking about taken from the atmosphere and then the atmosphere being received in. So this is in the book of Divinity. I'm gonna let you elaborate. I'm gonna read it, then you can elaborate. You know, we still got that Israelite teaching going and shit, but this is of the Creator. You know what I mean?
Right.
Book of Divinity, chapter 15, verse 9 and 10. But verse 9 states, with this possibility created the Creator the earth and heaven above the earth, a time for the earth to give off its substance, the which flies upward hundreds of years, and a time for the earth to receive from the atmosphere surcharged from the regions far away, additions of substance for hundreds of years. And when it is thus received, it is called the time of Ajah, because that which falleth condenses is Ajah, basically like he said, meteorites. Verse 10. So Ajah is basically meteorite. So if we was to replace the word to Ajah with meteorite, you'll see how it flows. When meteorites come upon the earth, the drudges come also. The days of the darkness of earth are their delight. Their harvest is in the rich falling of Ajah. It suiteth their laziness and their inclination to bask about. They become in those days like an overfed animal, and to their masters, the false gods, they become worthless, for they derive their substance without labor. Ajah is their delight, but they are also like a foolish man drinking wine with delight, who continues till his delight turneth to madness. So the drudges feast.
He done drunk himself stupid.
So it says, so the drudges feast and disobey their masters, and then they become boisterous and unruly, full of disorder and evil intent, defiant, believing themselves to be gods and goddesses, like a beggar with a pocket full of money, who lacketh discipline and determineth to glut his passion to the full. So is it with the drudges in the time of Ajah. See, Oahspe is giving you the characteristics of the souls and mortals during these specific times. The earth goes through these condensed regions called Ajah and Jaya. And this is how you would know what's going on. So we just giving you glimpses and pieces of this thing. Let alone if you was to really lay out illustration and lay this shit out so you could see how it works throughout the cosmos and its travel. It's just like saying, nigga, we in summer right now. Nigga, we about to be facing fall and winter soon. So soon, it's going to be ice on the streets. It's going to be snow on the streets. Just like that, because the earth is traveling through condensed regions and then lesser condensed regions. When we in the snow, the wintertime, anything cold condenses. So anytime we in a cold region, we're dealing with condensed. We're dealing with things that are condensed. Summertime, things expand. So the condensing and the flattening would take place more in the winter, while the global, the rounding, like the rounding of the vortex will be more in the summer because heat expands.
And that's exactly what happens. The warming happens in the summertime. And as the earth wobbles, because it not only spins, it has a wobble to it. You dig what I'm talking about?
What they call that shit again? The wobble, is that the equinox? No, the procession.
No,
the procession. No. It's the procession.
That's the procession.
Right.
Yeah. That's the procession. It not only spins, it wobbles. This is why, calendar-wise, solar-wise, over here in America, our hottest months is June, July, August. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
June, July, August is our hottest months. But that is winter in Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Well, Africa depend. But hold up, depending on where at in Africa, because I remember I talked to a couple African brothers, and they said they have wet and dry seasons. They don't really have too much of winter. Like Northeast Africa probably catch the winter, like in Jerusalem and North over there. But like Africa, they told me they only get like wet and dry seasons.
Yeah, but that's the winter.
I see what you're saying. In America.
In America, right? In America, we would be getting sunlight over there in a warmer region, even though it's still warmer, right? The vortex is flattened. so it rains. This is their winter. You don't get the same. We live in a temperate zone in the United States, so it changes over time. It stays pretty much warm there, but during the winter season down there, because they do have a spring, a summer, a winter, and a fall and a winter, but during their winter season, it rains. But on different parts of the planet, even though we may be on some of the same parallels, different things are happening.
Right, facts.
Because one is flattening and the other one is rounding. In our summer, the vortex that is over America is more rounder than it is in let's just say Egypt. You see what I'm saying? They get a rainy season. Or let's say Nigeria, they get a rainy season. It's still a winter. But let's say if you go a little bit further, let's say you stay on that same parallel, but now you in the Himalayas or you in ancient Persia, you gonna get snow. If you go into Asia, East Asia, the more you get on the other side of the planet from where ours is rounded, it's gonna get colder. So one side is flattening while the other may be rounding.
Because in the Oahspe it says that the earth is oval shaped but flattened at the poles.
It don't say oval, do it? I thought it said
It's one that it says oval and it's flattened at the poles, like it's oval shaped. So I looked at a couple oval shapes and it had two types of ovals. One that's like elongated and the one that's kind of like the left and right kind of spread out more.
Okay.
But then it said flattened at the poles, so I was like, interesting. So
we know that for sure our vortex is in or moves powerfully east to west in a toroidal type shape and force.
Right.
But they've got to understand that the toroidal force is east to west, but the power that generates through the center of the toroid, which makes the planet and produces its atmosphere, is from south to north. This is why the South Pole is way bigger than the North Pole. And our North Pole, generally, points away from the sun. You dig what I'm talking about? Or leans towards the sun, excuse me.
No, depending on where it's at, because if it's on one, they say like if it's summertime, the tilt will be towards it, but when it comes around, the tilt will be like on the opposite.
On the opposite side.
What's that? Hold on, I can pull up the picture of that shit.
That's proof of that flattening, and the flattening and the rounding of the vortex right there. Because when you lean towards the sun, it should get warmer, but it don't.
Exactly.
It get colder. But when the other side leans away from the planet, from the face of the sun, it get hotter. Why? Because that area is more rounded. It's not affected by the Vortexian order, what they call magnetic wave or emanation of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So it's allowed to be more of its natural shape.
So I pulled up a picture and it's showing that when it's summertime, the tilt is towards the sun, and when it's wintertime, the tilt is away from the sun. You can see the picture. You can see the screen where you at, or you just on the phone.
Yeah, but I can see the screen if you show the screen.
Damn, I should have put your ass up on goddamn Streamlabs so you can come on the goddamn live and shit. Then you can see the picture. But now I just got a picture of the It's the season in the North Hemisphere, and it's just showing you the precession. The tilt, the axial tilt, and then how it revolves around the sun, and how the seasons are affected by that. Because we know that the sun is the master vortex, and all the celestial bodies are subjected within the sun. You still there, King? Did he say hold on?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I said that backwards. So when you lean away from the sun,
You can see it.
colder. And when you lean towards the sun, you warmer.
Right, that's it. Right, and when you lean away, you're hot, and you're colder. Right.
I thought it was the opposite. I want to say, man, I wish I could look up. Let me see if I can look that up real quick, because
I just put in Earth orbit around the sun, and then pulled up showing first the axis tilt, and then how the Earth revolves around the sun with that tilt.
yeah,
Southern hemisphere, because our planet tends southerly.
This says seasons in the
southerly ordinarily, one of the two.
Yeah.
Southerly ordinarily, to lean towards the sun. I think the
Now you was right when you said when you was right when you.
South. It's the south that leans towards the sun, if I'm not mistaken. Our Earth tilts a little bit, and the southern hemisphere leans towards the sun generally.
Yeah, you said it correct the first time when you said in the summertime when it's hot, the Earth is tilted toward the sun, and then in the wintertime the tilt is away. So it's like the bottom of the Earth is coming is more. It's like kicked out. In the winter, the top is more like headed like it's falling and shit. That tilt.
But our Earth tilts to the south towards the sun. It should
Right.
be hotter at the southern hemisphere than it is at the northern hemisphere, but it's not. The greatest part of ice is in Antarctica, at the southern point of our planet, proving that the energy of vortexia is cool. Because
Facts.
it flows south to north. You dig what I'm talking about? And a great secret that everybody know or should know or going to learn, especially when you start to chopping up in the Oahspe, getting deep off into it, is that the place where the northern and southern poles are today was not where they were 24,000 years ago.
Yeah, I brought that out with the because the Egyptians, the North Star during their time was a star called Theban, but today it's Polaris. So that proves that there's motion with the Earth.
And if I'm not mistaken, that would move you about 15 degrees, right? Which would put the last North Pole right about Greenland, right where modern day Greenland is, and the last glacial maximum, which falls exactly on the time of Aeth 22,553 BC, because I believe Aeth caused the last glacial maximum, not the Younger Dryas.
Now the Younger Dryas, the Younger Dryas is during Thor's time. So let's go back to the flood.
Not the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas was 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's Thor.
All right on point.
I know, right?
12,000 years ago, you had a glacial maximum called the Younger Dryas.
And then
24,000 years ago, add 12,000 on that, you was at the last glacial maximum.
And that's during the time of the flood. And the thing about that, now, like we were saying last time when we spoke on the flood, what we didn't consider is that when they cracked that vortex, bringing the cold air down, that would have caused a drop in temperature.
Not only, I had already thought about that years ago. Not only did it do it, he brought the glacial maximum on. When I say glacial maximum, I mean ice age. Because see, truly an ice age is any time that ice is on the planet. So we're in an ice age right now because there's ice on the planet. But a glacial maximum is the misunderstanding of what we call the great ice. And when you in it, when it's like the like in Northern Europe when they had a ice sheet 3 miles.
That was America had an ice sheet over it too.
Right, all the way down.
Matter of fact, let me pull that up. Let me see when America had that ice sheet. See what time period they bring up, so we can place it on the timetables of prophecy.
How much you want to bet it'd be between 22,000 and 25,000?
We about to see right now.
And it'll go back to 30,000.
But no, we already know the estimated time that shit'll fall over.
Yeah, it'll go. I've seen it as far as 30,000, but they gonna regularly give it to you about 22,000 BC. And
it says the last advance covered. He says the last advance. It's called the Laurentide. I can't pronounce that. Laurentide ice sheet. That's what it's called. The Laurentide ice sheet. It says the last advance covered most of Northern America between 95,000 BC to 20,000 years before the present day. So between 95, that's from Adam to goddamn Pan.
That's exactly. No, you did.
And if you think about it, everything started in Central America, where the equator would be more warm. So if it's an ice sheet over North America, let me pull up the picture of that so that people can see what we talk about. So if it was an ice sheet over North America, that means they would have had to inhabit the southern region. That's why they would have had to been indigenous melanated people to that point too.
Yeah, that's why it's called the people of Guatemala landed in Guatemala. Guatemalans landed in Guatemala.
Right.
Because there was an ice sheet. Listen, so if it was there to 20,000 years ago, that means 24,000 years ago, right? When we saying it was there, it was there.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about? But what we telling you is that by the sinking of a continent, he made a tube and dumped cold-ass etheric space, multiplied it by 250,000 ships, 110,000 times, and then multiplied that by the 250,000 ships 100,000 times and cracked a fucking continent.
And you know what? Think about it.
And while he pushed that cold air, he pushed all that energy down, all the cold air came with it, and it rocked the planet. So this is why when you look at places like Copan or the in ancient Cholula and the ancient Sun Temple in Mexico, they are 15 degrees off because when Aeth cracked this whole planet like an egg and he punched the side in, you did what I'm talking about, the planet rolled.
Like a ship at sea.
Can you imagine this planet moving 15 degrees in an instant?
And then not only that, the amount of time they had to leave the vortex open for the higher cold to come down, that shit would have caused an instant fucking ice age. You talk about 0 degree weather, that's freezing temperatures.
But right where it should be, right where it's left at.
Because things freeze at 30. Look, check it. Things freeze at 32 degrees. These niggas come and bringing 0 degrees weather, holding that vortex enough for the sink to cut. I know them niggas ain't sink that shit in no 2 minutes. So all that cold weather coming, creating that motherfucking ice sheet that you see. I got the ice sheet right now, the Laurentide ice sheet. So that's the ice sheet that covered North America from 95,000 to 20,000. So that would have fell during the whole Adamic time, from the creation of man coming on down to the flood. North America wasn't even goddamn inhabitable yet. You could forget about it. All New York, that's why up north so cold. That's remnants of that motherfucking ice sheet.
Yeah, it created the Great Lakes. It's receding. As it was receding, it carved up the Great Lakes.
Mm.
The second, third, fourth, and sixth largest bodies of water. Some of the largest bodies of water in the world. It carved it up by literally retreating and pulling the ground with it.
So now let's go over to the verse real quick to put some oomph on behind us from the Oahspe where they crack that vortex, because it's 0 degrees. It's 0 degrees. That's freezing temperature. Anything flowing through that motherfucker below 0, exactly. Anything, any type of motion or expression of heat gonna freeze instantly and turn into a solid.
You can't even have heat in space. This is why people don't understand, or they got the theory right now. Our sun is not giving off light. Our sun is stealing light and heat. It uses the vortexian heat and motion, which they call kinetic energy, and converts it in its atmosphere and gives off magnetism as a byproduct. That magnetism, when it touches whatever side of the planet that our planet is facing the sun to, it lights that part of the atmosphere up, which is called light. It is the negative ion leaving the planet on the dark side of the planet. Once it turns, it is activated by the magnetism. In that negative to positive term, we find what is called the speed of light. So light is produced by the atmosphere of every heavenly body. Light don't come from the sun. The sun is stealing light. It is stealing energy. This is why they are coming with the understanding today that many of these galaxies out there have black holes in them, but not knowing they must have suns in the middle first. So is the sun the black hole? Yes. That's the misunderstanding of our galaxy. It's spinning, but it's stealing. Everything that has energy has to have a source. The source of the energy of the grand vortex, or the sun, is the grand vortex of the sun, or what we call our atmosphere, or the atmosphere of the sun, or what is mistakenly or known today as the solar system. It is the spin that gives the energy, but all the energy is from the extremity to the interior. So what is at the interior? Like suns, because they can see through light spectrum. They can see the pulse. You can see it on the moon. If you got a close enough, you can see the vortexian wave travel from south to north along the moon. It's
That's
clear.
right.
You can't see it. Just look like like it's in water.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the best way I can explain it.
Exactly.
That's the best way I can explain it. But you can see it with your eye. If you get a good enough camera, you can just look up and see it. You know what I mean? And
now check this. Let me interject for a minute, because while you was talking, I was just uploading some pictures to coincide with the nature of how this Laurentide glaciers period could have transpired based off the flood or the sinking of Penn due to the Aetherians cracking open the vortex, bringing down the colder heavens, creating a probably instant ice age. Now check this. Now when we read right in the book of Esra, chapter 42, verse 13, this is talking about the birth of Yeshua, and it describes the chariot above the birthplace, and it describes the cold wind. So I'm going to read real quick where it states, the time of the birth of the child, meaning Yeshua, was 3 days after the descent of a heavenly ship from the throne of God. And many of the Esaians looked upon and beheld the star. And here's the catcher. And they felt the cold wind of the higher heavens fall upon the place and around about the tent where the child was born. So with that, that's just a brief, this is one spaceship. And these niggas is describing how cold this shit was. Now 250,000 multiplied, contracted by tenfold, which is the force to crack the crust of a continent. Now let's go to that part right quick, where that's in the book of Aeth, Son of Jehovah, chapter 4, where it states, verse 2, at the end of the Aetherian column that extended to Shinvat, on the border of the vortex of the earth, was made fast by the pressure of the wide heaven. Verse 4. And the end of the Aetherian column that extended downward to the earth was made fast and around the borders of the continent. So now when you look at the vortex, like if you look at that hurricane, just imagine that hurricane as being, that's the force they're going to use to compress the planet. So the vortex is surrounding the continent of Pan, and the vortex is driving the winds or the cold temperature from the higher heavens down into the regions and about. So it states, and the end of the Aetherian column extended downward to the earth was made fast around the borders of Pan by the sea and the high mountains on the north. So the high mountains, the mountaintops is already cold, so they got some cold regions up there, whatever. Verse 5, verse 6, and the vortex of the earth closed from the extreme, and lo, the earth was broken, a mighty continent cut loose from its fastenings, and fire, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames of clouds with loud roaring, and the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea, like you were saying. And then the next one, they sunk it. So while they had that vortex open from the higher heavens, they bringing in a great amount of cold. And depending on how much cold and pressure, that's creating ice sheets and things of that nature. So that could have well had something to do with this Laurentide ice sheet that they classified roughly 25,000 years ago. 20,000 years ago.
Now dig this. They gotta understand how big the continent of Pan is.
Yeah, let's go to Pan real quick.
It is the whole ring of fire.
That's
so
it.
That's all the way down to South America, all the way over to the Australia, New Zealand area, all the way up to where it say, and this is the misunderstanding that a lot of people get in Oahspe, when they say the high mountains in the north, right?
Right.
They talking about the high mountains in the north of Pan. So, proof of that. You see, I don't like to say nothing I can't prove. Get on your Google Earth. Look at some of the highest mountains. The second highest mountain on Pan, besides Honolulu, is in the north. The second highest peaks are in the north. So this must have been naturally, what they explaining is a very mountainous area up there by Siberia, where it touch America and Alaska on the other side.
Right.
All that area up there must have been very rocky.
Because if you look, they're not too close to the North Pole. When you look, I got the chart up. I wish you could see, but it's showing you that the top, the north, the far north of the Ring of Fire is not too far from the North Pole.
Not only that, you got to think about it. That wasn't where the North Pole was then. Remember, the North Pole was over Greenland, and it affected Michigan and the northern United States.
Yeah, that's still that encompasses that region when it shows on the map.
Right.
But it shows it flat. It's a flat version.
Listen, if you rock the planet to the east. If you rock it to the east, 15 degrees, you rock the planet 15 degrees, you got to start with Greenland.
Wait, but hold up, check this though. Now you just made me think. Because if the planet got these poles, and then the Oahspe described that when they cracked the continent, it said the planet rocked to and fro. So them shits was consistently moving for a minute. That shit would have threw the whole ecosystem off for this motherfucker. But of course the Aetherians in charge, and they keeping everything intact. But goddamn.
And then hold on, they say this took a day. But what I'm saying is that cold dropping onto the planet happened instantly.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And then dig this. You got an area as big as the Pacific. You got it's sealed around. It is dumping cold ether, space, literal space, multiplied thousands of times, smashing a continent. But they never think about this. After the vacuum or the tube is removed, there would be a hole in Etheria. So even for hundreds of years, you would have very cold times. Very cold. Right when they say there should be a glacial maximum 22 to 24,000 years ago, or what they reckon as between 20,000 would come out to 20,000 BC to 22,000 BC or 24,000 BC, right on the time where it should be. This is what's going on at the planet, and that part where that hole would have been punctured into the atmosphere is dumping etheric space into the planet. It is cooling the planet. The whole planet.
Okay, now check this. You know, see, your God be on point. So since you're talking about the coolness of the vortex that would have been over Pan, that means the ocean would have had to been a little bit more cooler. So I just put in, what is the temperature between the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean? Hear what they say. The Atlantic Ocean has been proven to be 16 degrees Fahrenheit or 9 degrees warmer than the Pacific Ocean. Look at that. See that?
Yeah.
So it'll be like you say that the cooling of the vortex would have left a remark, you know, because when winter leaves, you still get spurts of winter in spring. You know what I mean? That shit just don't leave the first month, the first season of spring. Winter just don't leave and it's automatically warm. It's a transition. It may not take until the second moon cycle of spring before that shit start really warming up, or even the third sometimes.
The Great Sun Pyramid of Mexico, right? Just like this is how you can tell that they were built at much different times, and one is way older than the other. Because the pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Osiris, is within 1 degree of true north today. But right. the Great Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico is exactly 15 degrees off. So if you put true north, proving its ancientness,
right.
If you put true north at 15 degrees of the Great Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, it puts it right where one of the coldest regions today is, still Greenland. So it makes sense that all down because that vortexian hole would have rolled over the planet, because think about it, the planet moved, the poles didn't. This is the misunderstanding of pole shift. The poles themselves don't shift. North is north, south is south, east is east, and west is west. But the planet underneath east and west can roll, which is explained in Oahspe that all points on the planet have been east, all have been west, all have been north, all have been the south. So what I'm saying is, at different times of the planet, roughly every 24,000 years, we have one of these earth shifts.
Right.
You did what I'm
when
talking
about? When the last time we had Agile when it put the sun out? Was it during the time of because I know there was one. It was 188 years during the time of Zarathustra, the book of during the time of Fragapati, when it happened, and then I knew what happened in Thor, which brought in the youngest Dryas.
Well, I know that during the time of Caesar, circa 33 BC, the sun went black. They recorded that all through the Roman times. They've recorded and through Mayan history. They've recorded times where they didn't have on their maps or their star charts, because they know when the sun gonna black out. They know when. We've been tracking lunar and solar eclipses all the time. But one has to ask themselves, if you're having a solar eclipse on your side of the planet, right? And this is supposed to be the moon blocking the sun, right? What's on shining in the sky on the other side of the planet where it's dark at? This is what they don't understand about the Aetherian ships and the Aetherian heavens and planets and worlds that are right around us. What blocks the sun, right? They say it's the moon, right? Blocks the sun and it creates an eclipse. Well, what's on the dark side of the planet shining in the sky? It's the moon. So what the fuck is that blocking the sun? It happened in the it happened when we went into the age of Aquarius.
And then you got to remember in Fragment Patty, it says sometimes there'll be the work belts, and people are confusing with eclipse, but those are his work belts. Let me get that right quick. That shit heavy as fuck right there.
Yeah, it is. You know what I mean? A whole like you can get. Oh shit, that's not.
That's Zaza.
That's Flippertine. Flippertine right there.
Hey, I'm right there with you, beloved.
Yeah, I'm with the Jaja root. So we were saying
we talking about the eclipse and how I'm about to show how the eclipse could be works. These belts, these time belts. But go ahead.
The belts are made of material, so you could have a big spacious area full of nothing but carbon. You can have areas full of nothing but nitrogen. You dig what I'm talking about? You can have areas with nothing but rocks in them, diamonds, water, phosphorus, potassium, all the chemical bases is up there and laid out in massive sheets. Like it say, thick enough for many parts for a man to walk on.
I was like, damn, goddamn.
And you keep telling us ain't nothing out there. No, you can just see through it.
Exactly. It's transparent.
It's transparent, but it's also real.
It's like walking on glass.
It's like walking on glass with a black on a black background.
Imagine
You're not
that.
gonna see the glass.
Imagine
You're not
that.
gonna see the glass. But
All
that don't
right,
mean
hey,
it's
I
not
found
there.
it. I found the verse where it talk about the works could be. All right, so check it. Let me read this so you can elaborate. This is in the book of Fragapati, chapter 18. And this is, I'm going to start from verse 6, and I'm going to end it with verse 8. But verse 7, I think, is the bulk of it. So it states, hold up. Damn, you know the Oahspe be so fucking sweet. The verse you're about to start at, then it make you look at the next verse above. It's like, damn.
You want to give them more context.
What you just said about walking on the joint is right here in verse 4. Let me start from verse 4 and read down. Fuck it. What you just said, I'm looking at it. I'm like, this shit said walk. All right, so check it. The shit Cosmo Cal was talking about is that in the cosmogony and prophecy, in the primary education in the first and second resurrection, there are assistant or apprentice students, and they learn the condensation and the creation of corporeal things. This is some of the teachings, because we're going to be procreators. So check it. In verse 4 states, Here the students learn the process of condensation and the process of dissolution of meteorite stones and small planets. So these niggas they're learning, these are students learning how the process of condensation and the process of dissolution of meteorite stones and small planets, such as a mortal could walk around one of them in one day. Nigga, what? Yo, let's go to one of these spots that we can walk around a damn planet in one day, like a little small planet, but you know what I mean? To see
like
that.
Island.
Yeah, like an island, right.
Yeah, you
right.
They are learning not only to put them together. This is the art of world building. This is what your creator teaching you.
Right.
This is the revelation today. This is the difference or the level of information given by Oahspe given towards Bible, that old stuff.
Exactly. Your Bible, they Bible say ye shall be gods. Well, gods create worlds, and Oahspe showing you how these niggas is practicing the condensation and dissolution of meteorite stones and small planets. Not small planets like the whole world's inhabited, but a celestial global body.
Yeah, it's meteoric stones.
Right.
When they say meteoric, they talking about meteors.
Matter of fact, since they said it, I'm gonna pull up a picture of a meteor right now. I got the picture of the eclipse, what I'm about to read to go into the walk belts. But since we reading about meteorites, let me put up a meteor so these niggas can see what's going on. Because visuals is everything.
And listen, they got a whole school with teachers.
Yeah, these are students. They learning how to do this shit.
Yeah, they learning how to put planets together. How to put little meteoric rocks in the, first of all, create orbits, and then put them in the orbit, and then explode them, and then put them back together. This is what's going on.
This is what we dealing with over here, goddammit. This is what Jehovah teaching us.
Yeah.
To become gods and masters of the elements. So check it.
Imagine
now go ahead.
Nirvanian gods.
Say it again.
I said, can you imagine the level power that the Nirvanian, not even the Aetherians, because for all y'all who think Aetherian angels are the highest, they not. There's levels over them.
Exactly. Aetherian is just the name of the realm. That there's many ranks within that realm.
What about the Nirvanian gods?
Right.
What about the Otian gods? What they do?
Right.
They just start the vortex off. They just create suns and planets, and then they go ahead.
Cause you remember when when Jehovah called Fragapatty, these niggas was goddamn dealing with the axle and the balancing the vortex of a new world, of a world that they was dealing with. I was like,
didn't they destroy 2 moons or some shit? It's in there where they was destroying a planet, or where no. What happened was they went through a region
right
where they was where 2 planets had been destroyed together.
They bear witness of the death of the dissolution.
On purpose.
Right, just like we said, they learning the condensation and dissolution of how to do these things. So once the earth reach its 4th age, the time of dissolution, that's why it ain't no animals, it ain't no vegetation. The earth is basically a dead planet. And now it's time to dissolve it back into a cloud of dust so that age can start over again. You know what I mean?
And the crazy part is, for real, man could live long enough to see the moon crumble. Because when its vortex doesn't spin the planet but every 29 and a half days. You did what I'm talking about. So it's barely touching the planet when ours spins every 24 hours.
Right.
So that's the level of power, the difference between there. So I'm not we, but we'll be here in spirit. But
we could be a witness to that.
There's going to be a time where it's possible. It is possible that the moon could stop spinning the vortex on the planet of the dead planet, the moon. You did what I'm talking about.
Can you imagine if the goddamn moon was to start spinning? How motherfuckers would be going crazy?
First of all, it's just gonna poof. That's what they don't understand. It is going to just disintegrate.
And it's crazy because the Oahspe say that the moon was once a belt that used to surround the earth, and it slowed down and condensed into the moon. I was like, damn.
So my thing is, did the vortex of the moon spin fast enough at a time to create life?
Yeah, because the Oahspe say that in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 1, verse 1, it says all rules apply to sun, moon, stars, and planets.
Come on.
You know what I mean? So basically the moon right now, if we was to look at the moon, determine it in its 4 ages, the moon would either be in the time of barrenness or the time of about to be dissipation.
Yeah, it's about to be dissipation.
But hold up too though. it may not necessarily dissipate. It may just necessarily dry out and then fall ajah to start the time of creation again.
My thing is, don't nothing that exists or live doesn't have a vortex. So my thing is, when we see the vortex of a person stop, he literally dissipates. He turns into dust. So would the same thing should
Yeah, if the moon's vortex dissipate, the planet will dissipate.
correct. So what I'm saying is, man may be around long enough before his extinction. You dig what I'm talking about? He may be around long enough to actually see the moon dissipate.
Or
Look what Oahspe got us on, man. Nobody, listen, Bible ain't got us thinking about none of this.
you
Look at
see,
what
you
Oahspe
see,
got us on.
you see what I'm saying? When we let go of the false gods and come to the, you know,
We intergalactic, we nebular with this shit. We not even on Earth.
nigga, I done forgot about them false gods, nigga. Like who? By who? Bible who? Fuck out of here, yo. But check this. I got a picture of the eclipse. I got a picture of a meteor, and I got a picture of a meteor stone. So I'm gonna reread that verse to show the people the correlation of these events. So this is during the time of Fragment Patty. So this is roughly around 9,000 BC. So
well, no. It's 3,100 years from 3953 BC.
So that's what put us at what?
So you got roughly 7,069 BC.
Yeah, plus the 2,000. Okay, all right. Plus the 2,000 from before Christ. But yeah, but no. All right, so I got you though.
Beginning of the Arkalu.
The beginning, right? 21st arc cycle shit. 21st arc cycle shit. All right, so check it. So it states, verse 4. Here the student learns the process of condensation and the process of dissolution of meteorite stones and small planets. So they go an example of a meteorite stone. They condensing and dissipating these things, such as a mortal. And then it states, here the student learned the process of condensation and the process of dissolution of meteorite stones and small planets, such as a mortal could walk around one of them in one day. On the outer extreme of this sea, the nebula is in constant waves, where the vortices play condensing and bursting like whirlwinds on the earth of a corporeal ocean, just like you were saying, dissipating.
Just like, yeah.
Verse 5. Now,
go ahead.
All right, verse 5. Here Fragapati explains, saying, in this thou shalt behold the wisdom of Jehovah, and the uniformity of his works. Here lieth the first belt away from the earth, capable of having nebula condensed into meteorite stones. So they show you there's a belt in the atmosphere that is able to condense meteorite stones, right?
And that's called the iron bracelet. That is a literal part of our atmosphere. It is known by science.
Exactly, facts.
It is a ring around our planet that carries rock.
Right. Those are the more condensed regions. So check that. So all nebulas lying near, it says all nebulas lying nearer than this is the Earth's surface attracted to the Earth or repulsed from it. So depending on how close, it could either be drawn in or it could repel back out. It says, compute therefore the distance of this belt from the earth together with its density, and thou shalt find that is the same distance that the warp belts are, the stars in the firmament of the size of the earth and of its density and velocity. Now here are the warp belts. The first warp belt of the sun is therefore the place of its nearest planet. The second warp belt is the place of its next nearest planet, and so on. And these warp belts are all graded in distance accordingly as I had spoken. Now here's the catcher. Verse 6. Jehovah had said, 2 ways have I created for my mathematicians to prove my works. One is to measure that which is near at hand in order to determine that which is far off. And the other is to observe that which is far off in order to determine that which is near at hand. For since man could not measure the work belt of this world, I provided him with the means to determine the work belt of the sun, so that he might better comprehend his own world. Verse 7, that man may find still further evidence of the earth's work belt, I created the nearest one with different densities, so that not every year on earth would be alike as to heat and cold. And in certain cycles of light, I condensed the first work belt, so that the sun seemeth to mortals as if an eclipse. Huh? We may be thinking that we looking at a goddamn eclipse, and it's a goddamn work belt, because it says what? In certain cycles of light, or Dan, I condensed the first work belt. The first work belt is near the first planet. That'll be goddamn Venus. So it says, so that sun seems to mortals as if an eclipse.
Mercury would be...
Mercury. You're right. Mercury. So again, let me read that. In the certain cycles of light, I condensed the first work belt, so that the sun seemeth to mortals as if an eclipse. For it is upon this belt that my cycles of Dani, times of light, the beginning of the arc cycles, giveth either light or darkness to mortals spiritually. Let man compute my times for his own profit. I created the first work to gain in... Alright, so here's the catcher. Look what it say. I created the first work to gain in rotation faster than the earth, 1 year for 11 years, so that when the work hath made 12 years of its own year, the earth shall have completed 11 years.
Yeah.
See the timetables of prophecy and celestial cycles, work belts that we thinking it's a goddamn eclipse, and that's a goddamn condensed nebula.
And not only that, look how it fall perfectly on the old.
See that?
And then you will find that the work belt of the earth is exactly, which would be, if I'm not mistaken, we would be third from the sun, right? Is Mercury, Venus, Earth, right? Mars,
right. Accordingly, right.
The distance from our moon to the planet, if you cut it in half and divide it by 3, you dig what I'm talking about? Is the distance from our surface of our planet to our moon.
Right. Okay.
So just like we are satellites of the sun, and we are riding in its work belt, we have a moon that is a satellite of our earth that rides in its work belt.
Exactly.
And it's the same comparable distance. And it take 1 earth year. You dig what I'm talking about? By the time the whatchamacallit have made 1 good trip, so it's moving way faster than the earth.
So it says 1 year it rotates faster than the earth. I said, wow.
Yeah.
Anything that speeds up produces heat.
But then it fall on the 11th.
That's what I'm saying. That falls on our timetables of prophecy. It falls perfectly with the old. You dig what I'm talking about? Now think about it. Hold up now. If it falls it falls 1 year on that 11, think about now, we coming back to this goddamn plague.
Come on.
You see what I'm saying? We coming back to this goddamn plague. The first is sped up faster than the earth 1 year. That's that Spanish flu. Anything speed. No, go ahead.
Well, let's explain what an old is. An old is 1/3 of 33. That's 11 years.
Right, an odd year, 11 years, right. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's an old. That's what they call it, because, the people made songs.
Yeah, the Israelites. Yeah.
Odes, right? And then they would say they were odiferous, and you dig what I'm talking about? It's a measure of time.
Right, exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about? And for every one trip of the war, of the very first war, is 11 years for us. But that makes sense that in the timetable of prophecy,
hold up, you went out. You said it makes sense that, and then you went out.
Say it again.
You went out when you said it makes sense that, and then you went out for a minute.
Oh, I was saying it makes sense that the timetable of prophecy is 33, or the generation is 33, if its measurement is 11.
And then you said you had to add that one. That one could be that first year of speeding up the vortex or speeding up the warp faster than the Earth.
Correct.
That's interesting.
Every one revelation of the warp is 11 for us. So you did what I'm talking about. Those in correlation to the sun, you did what I'm talking about. It makes sense that now with the
This nigga said,
is representative of not only the planet but the sun. Didn't even know Cyrus tell us. Cyrus told us in the sun thing that the sun in the circle was going to be its measure.
Right.
So it makes sense that the ode is also applied to the Ankh.
Right. That's what exactly.
You see
the Ankh was supposed to be the zodiac. That was the original zodiac.
But that's how you measure it, by time, by the ode, by the 11th year.
Exactly. Facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? And then every 9. Now it's every 9. See, this is how you get the 33, the 66, and the 99.
That's right. Exactly.
It's by 3. And see, this is what Tesla knew.
Right. He had the golden ratio.
Not only the golden ratio, he knew 369 is E-O-Y.
You see that, Raz, Clyde?
That's what he found out. He found out the rhythm. He found out the rhythm, and that the energy is just out there. It's in the atmosphere.
That's that vortex. Because see, the vortex is moving at different speeds. See, the vortex is moving at 33, 66, 99. The highest part of the atmosphere, the third atmosphere, is moving at that 99, that fast vortexian speed. That second heaven moving at that 66, that first, that 33, and we at that 11, or that 0. Corporeal is no motion of itself.
Right, which is 0, and then 33 is corpor, right? 66.
No, 33 is Aja. 33 is
Aja.
66 is Jaya. And 99 is ether. 99 is ether.
And 99 is ether.
Nebula will fall with Jaya sometimes.
Yeah. Or actually it'll fall with Ada.
That too, exactly. Because it's dealing with the level of depending on the level of how much it condensate or condensation, will determine nebula.
Certain times them meteoric stones, them big meteors, fly past our planet, and much of that tail material, or even some of the body material, is snatched into our atmosphere and dissipated and inseminated down onto the planet. Right.
It's drawn into the vortex. That's why it says, like, so for example, the 66, if you're moving at 99 miles per hour, and then the second heaven, let's just hypothetically speak, is moving at 66 miles per hour, the friction is going to be within the meeting points of where 99 and 66 will meet. It'll be a bridge right there.
Correct.
Because the vortexing of 99 will be moving so fast, the vibrational frequency moving so fast, it'll create like a barrier, almost like a dome, like they say.
Correct.
But it's not a dome, it's just the vortexing frequencies is moving so fast, you can't penetrate the bitch.
Correct.
Nigga.
And the crazy part is, not only have we done broke it down to the old, there's a half old.
You see, take it there.
There's a half old.
Because now, okay, we're going to break it down to the lowest goddamn common denominator. So we said 11. Now break down the 11. Break down the 11.
Still.
Because you just broke down the goddamn golden ratio 369. That's the root. And now
the root of all energy, of all creation, that is the force of the vortex.
Exactly. And then not only that, keep in mind, the vortex goes through a couple stages, because when the vortex first starts, it's elongated. And then it says when the vortex is near complete, it has a tendency to be globally alike.
Correct.
That's why, like, when we see a whirlwind and a tornado, that's the first formation of a vortex, the elongated form. But the tornadoes on Earth don't stay around long enough to form it to be where it's a globular construct.
Correct. But what it does do, and what's proven, is that the power is at the extremity
Exactly.
of the vortex, and it pushes everything towards the middle, because they know the middle, even in the middle of a vortex, there's no sound. There's also what they call a 0 point gravity, where everything is snatched towards the middle, and it rotates. It does push everything to the middle, not pull like gravity. It pushes everything to the middle like vortex,
and you
centrifugal force, and that material in the middle just floats and turns at a total different speed.
Exactly.
Than what
the outer extreme.
Than the actual tornado or whirlpool.
But no, like you said you basically answered my point, because in the Oahspe, like you said, the outer extremes of the vortex is the swiftest part, so that'll be that 99 rate of speed going from there, and then towards the center, it's no force of gravity there. That's why niggas think the Earth don't move, because there's no force of gravity. And then they talk about the Earth moves at 1,000 miles per hour. That's dealing with the center part. We ain't talking about the outer extreme part of the vortex.
The outer extreme is moving.
The outer extreme, you
also, we glanced over a big part for our Christian brothers. If our Christian brothers was listening, I think if you go back up to, it might have been verse 5 or part of verse 6, where it say, the Aetherian wave of space move like the ocean. Right. This is your water above and your waters below. But you got to understand that this so-called firmament is our atmosphere. But our atmosphere is created and is our vortex.
Right, facts.
It's just a more potent part of our spinning vortexian atmosphere is beyond our moon. So
right.
Space don't even start till you get 200,000 plus miles
past the
our moon.
And then the vortex is moving so fast in those regions, we definitely ain't seeing shit. We looking straight through that.
But as soon as you get out there, you gonna be feeling like you floating, like you on a sea, because there's
waves, exactly.
The waves, it has a motion.
Right.
And then that, like they explained you are at that point in the great vortex. You're in the grand vortex of the sun. You see, you in the space. Why they call it space is because there's space in between corporeal bodies. It's that part that still has motion, that rides like a wave, that you can see through.
Right.
What I'm talking about. Exactly. That's the etheric part. The etheric part is space.
And to prove that wave that you're talking about, we could see that wave at the sunrise and the sun setting of the sun, because when the sun rises, the sun appears to be huge. That's because the electromagnetic wavelength is long, and when you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, the wave frequency of the lower vibrational frequencies are long way, like the infrared, and
they're red and
right.
orange
They got long.
yellow.
So anything that has a long wavelength is going to magnify the celestial body. That's why the moon and the sun, always at sunrise and moonrise, they appear to be bigger. But then as soon as it get high noon, it appears to be smaller. So that's showing you the wave right there. The wave occurs at the borders or at the equator points, or what we would consider from a view standpoint, the sunrise and sunset. So it shows you the wavelength, and you can measure that, because if you were to sit there and look at the moon when it rises and see how big it looks, and then just watch it till it gets to like high noon, that you could actually measure the wavelength of the vortex just based off that.
Our north is geared toward our north on this planet is geared towards the north of our sun. So our equator, right, is high down to the sun. So the sun is just so massive. You dig what I'm talking about? We still have the northern portion of it. It's just far as fuck away. It's massive. So,
exactly.
And we going up and down as we spinning, as we rotating and orbiting.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This thing is so, and we got a tilt on our planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Our south tilts a little bit towards the sun, but our equator is true to the north of our northern star.
Exactly.
That is the high Dan. But what they don't understand is our sun is high Dan to its sun.
Right.
Proving the wave.
Facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? Proving the wave. And it made more sense now that we know 369 that in the first work is regulated by 11. It makes sense that with 3 is the generation 66 or Aja, the give, Jaya, the take, and Ether. You dig what I'm talking about? Which is shit. You know what I mean? That is really raising this mug up. You dig what I'm talking about?
Now check this, right? Coming back to what you're saying.
It makes sense when it's 369, because it's 3366.99.
Exactly. Now those numbers could be demonstrated. I just pulled up a picture of the moon coming up over the horizon and how it's magnified, and it looks damn near like big as the sun at sunrise. But then I got another picture of the moon when it's high noon or high midnight, and it's a small ball. So if you look at the two sizes of the moon at these particular points, what it's showing you is the vibrational frequency of wavelength. So the longer wavelength expresses the color red. So let me show you a picture of the electromagnetic spectrum and the wavelengths, and then you'll have a better understanding why the moon appears to be so big at the rising, and then it appears to be so small at the high point in the night sky. That's due to the electromagnetic spectrum or the vibrational frequency. Because remember, I always say it's 3 principal things in creation: the periodic table of elements, the electromagnetic spectrum, and the pH balance. Those are going to encompass everything in creation. So what we express in here is the electromagnetic spectrum, which is the vortex, which is different measure and wave frequencies of the vortex. So when we see things, if I was to put a picture of the sun, let me do that right quick. Pull a picture up of the sun at sunrise, you're going to see it looks just as big as the moon.
Correct.
And then when the sun gets that high noon, it just looks as small as the moon. It's smaller. It's as small as this.
Correct. Showing the concave and convex.
Exactly.
Of the vortex.
Exactly. You said it right there. The concave and the I be mixing the motherfuckers up sometimes.
When it's shining on your heart, it's gonna be more pinpointed. It's gonna look small.
Right.
Right. But when it's rising up right up on you, that mug is massive when it be laying on the horizon.
Exactly. And see, that's what, and that's the beauty. That's the reason why we can break this shit down, because you got to understand the vortex, and the vortex is a form of the electromagnetic frequency. So I just pulled up a picture of the sunrise and the moonrise, showing you the magnitude of how big they look, and that's due to the vibrational frequency. Now let me show you the reason why it's magnified and why it looks that big. Now let me get a picture of the electromagnetic frequency, so we can show and demonstrate this shit. So we just not speaking of the ass.
I'm looking at it online. I got it.
Oh, great.
Down, but,
no, great. So this is a picture of the electromagnetic spectrum, and what you have here, this is the vibrational frequency. This is the speed and the wavelength. So the faster wavelength is from 500 nanometers. That's where the vibrational frequencies is moving very fast. But the slower vibrational frequencies, which is measured in long wavelengths, is from 600 down all the way to 700 nanometers. Now those are the nanometers that the sun that you see reflecting when we so 700 nanometers is the wavelength that is long, that carries a long wave frequency. So when we look back at the sun and the moon, you see it reflects the color of the frequency by the vortex. But notice the moon at high noon is white. It's a different color. That's due to the vortex of the vibrational frequency moving, because the moon is yellow. When we come back to the electromagnetic spectrum, where do we find that? We find that bright light in the gamma ray, the ultraviolet ray. Those are your blinding bright white colors.
Yeah, you're tending back towards 400.
Right.
Back towards the gamma.
Right.
Which is also known as indigo. You dig what I'm talking about? The color patterns match directly to the chemical base, match directly to its visual spectrum.
That's exactly what we're dealing with. And I'm glad you said that, because visible light is 400 to 700 nanometers, and all the colors are expressed within visible light. So in order to determine the wave frequency, the visible light is expressed in the color of the frequency. So if you look at anything in nature, if you want to know why the sky is blue, it's because the electromagnetic frequency of visible light is moving at 400, between 400 and 500 nanometers. You want to know why the sun is yellow? Is because the vibrational frequencies is moving between 590 nanometers. You want to know why nature is? You want to know why nature is green and the grass is green? Because the electromagnetic frequencies flowing through the plants is moving at 500, 550 electromagnetic spectrum. Frequency. See that? This shit is science we dealing with. You ain't gonna get this shit out no goddamn Bible.
Right. So not. And this is also the misunderstanding of Ma'at.
Exactly. Actually, let me get Ma'at. Ma'at is this. This is Ma'at. Where that? Let me get Ma'at.
With the chemical basis.
Right. This right here. This is Ma'at right here. Hold on. Let me move this. Not that. That's Ma'at. That's Ma'at right there. Ma'at is the pH scale. The pH scale determines the balance of life and death. So, in order for humans to exist, in order for animals to exist on the planet, the vegetation has to be at an alkaline suitable for even animals and man to digest. So on the pH scale, that'll be 7. 7 is the neutral point, the balance point of suitable foods and suitable liquids. Water is pH 7, suitable. But if you go to the acid side and go down to, let's say, the number 2 and 3, fruits and vegetables can't grow in an acidic environment if the soil is 2 and 3. It'll be poisonous to humans. The soil has to be in the range of 6, 7, 8, 9 for it to be suitable for human beings to eat. So the soil is important, because the soil is going to determine the vegetation, and the vegetation is going to determine our food source.
Now this is funny, because and it lined up, and it's just proof of the creator, right? Really, you dig what I'm talking about? When you grow a plant, notice that it is in the green, right, at 7. When you grow a plant, right, your dirt must be at alkaline 7.
Exactly. See that?
You dig what I'm talking about? To grow the plant properly. Some plants like it a little acidic. See how it just
like facts.
Those type of plants all the way to 8 and 9. You dig what I'm talking about? Where there's pure alkaline places. You dig what I'm talking about? That's when you're going purely organic, just from organic type stuff that's just rotting and decaying in the ground.
Now,
giving you the nutrient base right there, you can get up to 8 and 9. But you can't grow a plant past 9.
Nah, nothing in nature. The only the highest alkaloid fruit or source is lime. Lime is alkaline 10, 11. That's the highest. But all fruits is anywhere from 8.5 to 9, rarely 10. But like watermelon is 10 on the alkaline scale.
Right, but but look at it, it grow in a 7.
Exactly. And the reason it becomes more alkaline, the reason if anything is more alkaline, the reason for a fruit, a vegetable to become more alkaline, the way it becomes more alkaline is by the electrons. It's due through ionization. The ionization of the shifting of electrons. The shifting of electrons dictate and determine the positive and negative force. The negative force is alkalinity. Now, alkalinity has a negative charge.
The negative force is alkalinity. So
exactly.
It's actually turning the positive ion off.
Right, and it's attracting.
This is crazy too. Mm-hmm. The more alkaline the food. I didn't know that. I didn't even notice this.
Yeah,
this is crazy that I didn't notice this. The most alkaline foods in the world are blue and purple.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I did a video called Nature is Color Coded, because the colors of nature express the vibration, the electromagnetic spectrum of the vortexy and current flowing through it. So anything in nature that is moving at a higher vibrational frequencies is going to express the coloration. That's why the sky is blue. The sky is blue because the electromagnetic spectrum, let's pull up the electromagnetic spectrum once again. The reason the sky is blue is because it's moving in that frequency range between 400 and 500 electromagnetic frequency.
Right, it's down here, the 14.
I brought it back up. The pH scale, the real ma'at.
Boom. Now look, down here in the electromagnetic spectrum is equivalent to the alkaline spectrum on the pH scale.
It's the exact same thing.
It's the exact same thing. But see, they're going to figure out one day, like we kind of understand this already, that you can taste color. You can hear color. Just like you could touch a sound. You dig what I'm talking about? They're going to find out that the thing that allows you to do it is the exact same force. You are just perceiving it through different organs of your own body.
Right.
So just like you can see blue, you can taste blue, you can hear blue,
and you can feel it, because it's a frequency. It's a frequency.
Right.
Matter of fact, check this. I don't know if you ever did this. Let me ask you this. Have you ever experienced this? I experienced this all the time, especially when I was young too. I don't know if you ever remember, like, when you was walking past somebody's apartment and you could hear the frequency of the TV being on, and you know that person's TV on because you could pick up on the frequency, the range of the TV. Right. I don't know if that ever happened, but I could be walking past a motherfucking house and the frequency of the TV, you could hear that shit. Not hear it like
it's like a hum. You don't really hear it. You more, if you look back on it, you more feel it.
Right, exactly.
Because
it's a vibration.
It's not like really a audible sound.
Right.
Sort of audible, but you more feel
It's almost like, you know, when them jets when a jet turn on its engine and it got that high pitched sound. It's like that, but real vague.
Real vague.
Real vague.
Real vague. Yeah, to where you can the TV can be off with no sound, but you know it's on before you even enter the room.
Right. It's like when you first turn the TV off and you hear that, like the electric signal shutting down and you can hear the frequency. That shit deep, because it's like, that's the reason why niggas say getting right with the diet and all that, because the more you raise your vibrational frequency, you're going to tap into these abnormal frequencies that we normally don't hear. So when you want to talk about communication with the angels exist outside of visible light. Hegel, coming back to the electromagnetic spectrum. See that? This is visible light. So the angels that are moving on a higher positive vibrational, holy vibrational frequency, they'll be moving in the ultraviolet range, the X-ray range, and the gamma ray range of outside of visible light. Those ranges for humans will destroy niggas. That's radiation to us, because the vibrational frequencies are so hot, it'll burn and consume us. That's why we can't exist in the gamma rays and X-rays.
But look what we do got. We got infrareds, we got radars, we got FM, we got TV,
exactly.
We got shortwave, we got AM. Is that why Creator telling us to get out the city?
And not only that, but check this. Those are the frequencies where the drudges exist. They exist in the low vibrational frequencies. So if you notice the horror movies, they always tap into what? The TV. When you look at Poltergeist, the girl got stuck where? In the TV. That's the lower vibrational frequencies. Yeah, let's get to it. Spiritual science we dealing with right now.
Yeah.
Creator gang.
And Oahspe is the only primary source for this type of spiritual attainment.
Wow, we the first fruit, damn near. We the first fruit of the niggas. We the first fruit of the niggas, because the Europeans had it before, right, till really this point.
Right. But it ain't till the faiths get it that it's gonna really do something. Did
not the scripture say? Didn't that Revelation say it was a book that no man was worthy, but until it took the house of the Israelite to crack this bitch? True Israelite, not a goddamn apostate Jew, but a motherfucking Nazarene, ancient Israelite faithist.
Who gonna stand on it?
Who gonna stand on it?
A faithist, a true Essene. You dig what I'm talking about? Where else are you gonna put this together at?
Exactly. Showing you the science.
Even in the Essene Gospels. They still, even though they use the Creator, they still use terms like Lord and God.
Exactly.
Not making a difference or differentiating between Lord and God and Lord, and without the understanding that is told in Oahspe, you gonna still think God is the Creator either way. So you still duped.
Exactly. Now look how high. Look at the vibration of we just came dealing with the Creator's creation and science, and now we coming back to a bloodthirsty God who wanna kill men. You see what I'm saying?
Come on, man. he told you that I gave you two parts, a corporeal part and a spiritual part. And once you're corporeal part, I gave you corporeal part to learn earthly things. But I gave you a spirit to learn spiritual things so you could inherit my Aetherian realm.
You see what I'm saying?
What?
Niggas is neglecting their inheritance.
I'm not standing here with you niggas. You can have this shit, Christ coming back and putting up a thing for you. Can stay here if you want to. I'm not going. I'm onwards and outwards. I am gone.
We Cosmon out.
What? I am gone. Listen, man, there's a part I'm reading, I want to say it's I think it's the Book of Leka, right? It's the Book of Leka. Leka has a magnetic north on his ship. You dig what I'm talking about? and there is another God who is even more powerful than him, another Nirvanian God.
That's Fragapati. That's Fragapati. That's the right where I just read when they were talking about condensing and condensation. That was the chapter previous.
Okay. There was Fragapati that was talking to the Vakapatrava.
Yeah, they had that. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it right quick because I know exactly what you're talking about. Because I still got it. I still got the page right here.
He asked him. He said, "Oh, so basically, the Vakatrava, what he doing? He carried all these other lords and gods, and they ships.
You got your Oahspe with you?
Let me look in here, man.
If not, don't worry. But I was gonna say it's what you talking about is the Book of Fragapati, chapter 7. It started at chapter 17 when he meets C-Tusk. I mean C2. Cthulhu.
Go ahead. Book of Fragapati, what is it?
Book of Fragapati, chapter 17. XVII.
17. Yep, I got it.
And you could either start from you can start from.
Hold on.
All right. Yeah, that verse between verse 1 to verse
Verse 17. Okay.
You gotta read. Matter of fact, you gotta read the whole chapter, yo. That's the whole chapter encompasses because the last part of that chapter talks about how man want to go from this to the Uptian to this to the Narvinian and all that. So.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me make sure this is the right story I wanted to tell because I thought it was. Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, this is deep. Yeah, I'm gonna be in the right place because I did the calculation.
My man. So go ahead and read the whole chapter first, so people understand the scale of what's going on, and then come back with the calculation.
Okay. On the way to Xeridu.
Now give him chapter. All right. So let us know we in the book of Fragapati, Son of Jehovah, chapter 17, starting from verse 1.
Starting verse 1. This is the book of Fragapati. That's what it's called. And how I know it's called Fragapati is because the Indian chief where this great god Fragapati is remembered is called Prajapati.
And they pronounce that R with the rolling of the tongue. The r.
Hold on.
They had that R, like that Eastern language. They had that R rolling off the tongue. They'd be like, rrr, when they pronounce them R's and shit.
Okay, dig this. Now.
Go ahead.
Now, on the way to Xeridu, Fragapati and his host in the Avalanza were joined by a ship of 1,000 million explorers from the North region, 1,000 times farther than the North Star, of the 7th magnitude of light, even 3 higher than Fragapati.
Look at that.
You got me saying that shit.
You know, that's what niggas thought it was at first till we found out that's some Eastern shit.
Yeah. Even now, he is this dude who we gonna find out his name, C2, right? Is 3 times higher than the light of Fragapati. True God of this earth was a 4. This is another dude who came from the other side of the galaxy that got 3 higher more levels than your true God.
And then that's not even true God. That's Fragapati. That's the Aetherian God of the goddamn arc cycle of the 21st arc cycle. So this nigga got more rank than Fragapati.
This is what I'm saying.
Right.
He got 3 more levels of light than Fragapati got, and Fragapati was your true God here.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? This dude got more rank than him, but let me read it. Let me go back. The Avalanza was joined by a ship of 1,000 million explorers from the North region, 1,000 times farther than the North Star.
See that?
Wow.
So hold that. We gonna draw this out. Let me get a picture of the North Star because I like to be visual when shit going down. I just put a picture of the red star. You know, they call the Earth the red star. I just put a picture of that. But let me get that North Star so people can see what the fuck going on. Because the North Star coincide with the Big Dipper. And they call that's Polaris. So Polaris, during the time of Egypt, that shit would have been Thebes.
Also called Heracleon. Also called the Tau. T-A-U, the Tau.
T-A-U.
You dig what I'm talking about? Now, they came from a region, right? Which is
hold on. Matter of fact, hey, read the North Star one again. I just pull up the picture. I want the people to coincide with the picture while we read. So go ahead. Go ahead. You can run it.
I'm gonna just start over. All
right, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go fresh this time.
This is chapter 17, the book of Photogapati. On the way to Xeridu, Photogapati and his host in the Avalanza, which is a spaceship, were joined by a ship of 1,000 million explorers from the North region, 1,000 times farther than the North Star.
Pause. They got a picture of the North Star I'm showing right here, and it says 1,000 times further than the North Star, just showing you the scale of what's going on here. Yeah, go ahead.
The distance that this man has already traveled.
Exactly.
So think about
exactly.
The distance from us to the Northern Star, he done already traveled 1,000 times farther than that.
Exactly, light years.
So, okay, of the 7th magnitude of light, even 3 higher than Photogapati. C2, the chief in command of the expedition, greeted in the sign Jehovah's name, which Photogapati answered, and by certain signals, the ships approached and made fast the esenars which are spiritual musicians of the twain, singing and playing the same anthem. 5 millions of voices and half as many trumpeters. So that's 7,500,000 people playing a tune. Imagine the sound that's coming out.
Exactly.
Can you imagine that music?
Exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about? It is blaring, but it's soft and it's all penetrating, right? Then C2 came near to Photogapati. So this is Big Dog walking up on your true God at the time.
Photogapati.
Right? Photogapati, right? Saluting. And the host stood in line so they might hear what was said. So after, let me turn the page, because I got one of the up-down Bibles like the originals.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on, let me read. Let me go back and read over there. So they might hear. So after due ceremonies and acquainting each other who they were, whence they came, and such like, then spake C2, saying, I see thou hast thy ship ballast with a north magnet.
Now I just put up a picture of a ship, just to convey to convey the message. So we dealing with these niggas in the cosmos. These niggas is archery like boats, archer like two niggas in the ocean, and they see each other and they archer their ships and have a conversation out at sea.
Right. Right. So,
go ahead.
So for all the street people, this is what just happened. Two dudes pull up on each other. You dig what I'm talking about? One in a Lamb, one in the new Bentley truck. You dig what I'm talking about? And Dog walk up on Dog and he's like, yeah, I see you got that new Bentley truck. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
That's what he's saying. He hit me with, oh man, that's like last year. You got that North Magnet. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey, that's like that scene in Paid. That's like that scene in Paid in Full. Hey, that's like that scene in Paid in Full when them Dame Dash roll up on Mitch, and that nigga was like, "Yo, I am the bridge, nigga. That's last year's shit or some shit like that." They was talking.
Yeah. Hey, this is exactly what's happening right now. When Jay-Z said, "Yo, what's the difference between a 4.0 and a 4.6?" He said, 30 grand, cocksucker. This this is what C2 doing to Pragapati right now. You dig? He's stunting on it.
Right. So read on. Go ahead.
So he's saying, oh, I see. And first of all, ballast with a northern magnet means that they had their ship ballast to the northern magnetic pole of the Earth. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to remember, some of these people never had physical lives. So up, down, left, right, none of that matters in space. You dig what I'm talking about? You just know that once you're coming towards the planet, you start going down.
Imagine that. You leave the planet going up, then you come going down. That's crazy.
Right. So what happens is the ship ballasts itself to where you are feet down now as you approach the Earth. What Pragapati did was he put a northern magnet to balance his ship to hold it to true north. You see what I'm saying?
Right. These are roadways in the heavens.
Now, look what Pragapati said.
Go ahead. Right? Read on.
This is but a 5 years dawn, which means Aetherian light is only going to come in this 20-second arc cycle for 5 years. And I teach my hosts how to balance, that they may better read the map and roadways and stars and suns. Of these, my hosts, 500 million, have become capable of being delivered into Aetheria, save in cosmogony. I am providing them. See, he got them all the way to Aetheria, but he didn't give them the cosmogony.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? He didn't teach them how the planet and the stars work. He got them all the way up there, but now he got to give them this northern ballast, because this is the last final part of the exercise that he needs to teach them how he say to better read the maps and roadways and stars and suns.
That's right.
Of these, you dig what I'm talking about?
But you could get lost. You could get lost out there. You could get lost out there.
It's vast.
Right.
I am providing them that when they shall have ascended, they may not be lost in the Aetherian world.
See that?
Or be dependent on others, just like Selah said. So if you know where you're going.
Now just no. Paul, let's meditate on that for a second. Think about that, my nigga. That's like you driving across town for the first time and you fuck around and get lost out this bitch, and you gotta ask niggas what's the direction to go east, north type shit.
But hold on. This is crazy. And it's like,
your phone breaking up.
That's like having. Hold on, let me turn.
I hear you now. You back?
Okay, I'm back. You get what I'm talking about? Let me go back so I can see your screen real quick.
I'm about to pick up a picture. I'm putting up a picture of the cosmos.
Okay, but look, we about to get into some real boss talk. We about to get into some stuff you can't believe. These boys been getting it. This is the level of true God. Making a planet, that's simple.
Right.
Making a galaxy, that's simple. Listen to what these boys, and listen to how far C2 traveled. Because I did the math for you.
Now this is the point of this verse right here. We're gonna get into the nut.
This is
bulk of it.
Book of Pragapati.
All right.
Chapter 17. We left off at verse 4, right? What is the length? Now C2, right? He's talking to Pragapati. He say, what is the length of this serpent? Now he's talking about.
Let me pull up the solar system real quick. So they can see. Let me get that. Bear with me one time.
Right. But he's talking about.
Yeah, you can still elaborate before you read it. Go ahead.
The movement of our sun around its sun. That is called the Great Serpent, the Tau Sang. The length that it takes our sun to move around its sun, which is roughly 1,500 arc cycles of 3,000 years, or roughly 4.7 million years.
That's right. So I'm about to pull up the picture now.
That is the great serpent. That is the Tao Sang. And what he's asking them is, how long does it take to make the trip around the sun, our sun's sun?
All right, so I put the picture of the solar system, but in the formation of they all lined up, just to show them the serpent form.
Right.
Like how when the Oahspe talk about the solar felix or the great serpent, it's talking about the sun and its planets moving in the form of a snake, because the sun move up and down and oscillates. So with that, it creates the vortex. It ripples back to the planets, and that's how it's moving like this. And that's why the Oahspe calls the solar system the great serpent, because of its motion through the vortex. And like the brother said, the sun is orbiting another. It's orbiting another sun, which is the Milky Way galaxy. So the sun is orbiting this right here.
Our sun is orbiting the North Star.
Right.
The North Star, the Tao, is our sun.
Right, exactly.
It's our sun's sun.
And more suns actually within that. So this is a picture of, so the sun is revolving around something like this, just to give, just to illustrate the idea. So while the Earth is orbiting the sun is orbiting. Matter of fact, let's get that real quick. Let me get that real quick in the before. Let me give you this precept, and then I'm gonna let you finish on with the book of Fragment Patty. So in the book of Synopsis of 16 Cycles, right? It states in verse 1 and 2, it states, first, the earth plieth in a circuit around the sun, which circuit is divided into 4 arcs, called spring, summer, fall, and winter. So that's the orbit of the sun, the orbit of the earth around the sun. But then it states the second, the sun with his family, meaning the solar system, plieth in a large circuit, which is divided into 1,600 arcs, which distance for each arc is about 3,000 years, or one cycle. So the sun is orbiting this galaxy right here. So on the outer skirts of that vortex, the sun will be orbiting that, while we're orbiting the sun within that. So these are vortices within vortices that we're showing you. But go ahead and read on from the Fragment Patty side now.
And I wanna add this in. Not only is our sun moving through the galaxy, like you said, it is oscillating, it is turning in the vortexian motion, so it's spinning on top of itself while it's moving forward through the galaxy. But as it's moving forward through the galaxy, it is dipping up and down through its path. This is why they call it the Great Serpent.
Now let me put up a picture of a serpent to show them the pattern and motion of the serpent. The serpent is symbolic to the motion of the vortex. So I'm gonna pull up a picture of what we're talking about as far as how it oscillates.
Yeah, it undulates. Not only does it oscillate, it undulates. It tumbles on itself.
Right, exactly. So I'm gonna just pull up. This is just an example. Don't take this too literal. It's just showing you the Well, you know what? Hold up. Let me get a better picture.
I got a thing too where if you go online, I got a little save where they got a nice little heliocentric type little.
It's a nice model and shit.
Yeah, model. You dig what I'm talking about? Where the sun is speeding through the galaxy and the planets are.
Oh yeah. I just seen that picture. Just now. I just seen that picture.
Yeah,
I was just looking at that.
One up so they can actually see what's going on.
So just to show that what you was talking about with the oscillation. So you see how this serpent is moving up and down throughout the water? The sun moves in that manner. Now this is just a picture to convey the message. So don't look at it like the sun is moving in half M's. It's just it's vaguely moving up and down like this as it moves around the solar system here. The Milky Way galaxy here.
As it goes forward, it's dipping in and out and in and out.
Exactly.
In and out as it's going forward. As it's spinning. As it's orbiting its sun.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, We just let's go to let's talk about the great serpent in Book of Jehovah chapter 3 right quick.
Right, go ahead, pull that up. I'm gonna kill them with this because they gotta see the level of info we on.
That's what I'm saying. Show these niggas what we bringing out.
C2 said, verse 4.
All right, go ahead, finish that.
What is the length of this serpent? Pragopity said, 7 1/8 hoitum.
Now pause. When they say the length of the serpent, they're talking about the length from the sun to the last planet, the length of the whole vortex. So if we're talking from the sun to Pluto, he's talking about the distance of that. And not just the physical planet, but the vortex itself as well.
Right.
Go ahead.
And it is the distance it takes to actually get around. It is the actual distance in space and time. You dig what I'm talking about? It is not, it is a distance. So it's called hoitumu, right? 7 1/8 hoitumu, right? Now, what you got to know what a hoitumu is about 1,500 million miles. The length of the solar phalanx, which is roughly 1,500 million miles. That's what a hoitumu is. That is a length, right? And he said, Pragopity said, or Fragopati, you dig what I'm talking about, said 7 1/8 of these, which is roughly 15 million miles, right? So what he's basically telling you is that if you a hoitumu is roughly 7.8
Does it got the pre-notes on that one?
100 million miles, roughly, because if it's 7th, 8th, then you go 7 times 2 to get to 15. That would be roughly 7.8 or 7.5. You dig what I'm talking about? To get to 15. So roughly, what he's saying is this is roughly 200 million miles, roughly. You dig what I'm talking about? Is what a hoitumu is, which is, because remember he said the length of the great serpent is 7 1 hoitumu, but the hoitumu is 1,500. I mean, the length of the serpent is 1,500 million miles, which is the length of our solar phalanx or the great serpent, right? So
they got a head note for that. They got a head note for that Hulu. For the Hutu too.
Yeah, and he asked C2 what distance he had come from his home, and C2 said 1,412,832 hoitumu. So.
No, hold up. Did now? You know, in the Oahspe where it say Hutu, it got the little small number, and then you go to the index, and they got a breakdown for that.
Yeah, the hoitumu.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Okay.
The hoitumu. But what they gotta understand is, I'm gonna do the math for you. Now listen, what he said. Pragopity, he asked C2 what distance had he come from his home. So he asked him, how far did you come?
Right.
And C2 said, I came, right, 1,412,832 hoitumu. So and then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get an extrapolation on that. How far he actually came. What time have thou, or first of all, let me just go ahead and give you the time. He traveled roughly 15 quadrillion miles.
Imagine that, Joe.
And that's just rounding the number up.
Right.
Because it actually go up, and I just round it to the nearest. 15 quadrillion. If I'm not mistaken, there's 28 zeros.
And then it said they was talking numbers that only they could understand. The students couldn't even comprehend what the fuck they were talking about.
Correct. So I had to really sit down and do this. And then, what time hath thy journey yet before thee? And C2 said, 500,000 years.
Look at that, yo. Read that again, bro.
I gotta start back and forth. Cause this is dope.
That nigga
I'm
said,
gonna just go for 5. He said, not only did he already travel 5 quadrillion miles, right? That's like 27 zeros, 28 zeros.
right.
Right? 15 quadrillion. Right? He asked him, what time do you got left till you either get back or you finish your journey? C2 said, I got another 500,000 years to go, nigga.
Can you imagine that? 500,000? That nigga still traveling. He's still traveling.
In the park. They went on, first of all, you done already traveled 15 quadrillion miles. You still got 500,000 miles to go. Like you going to Burger King. Like you riding around the corner to the park.
And he only left, that was what? This fragment patty, so you talking what, close to 10,000 years ago?
Listen, man.
That nigga ain't even reached half his goddamn, a quarter of his destination yet.
Listen.
And imagine how many worlds he done passed through since then.
What? Then Forgoperty inquired, how many star worlds C2 had so far passed on this journey? And C2 said, 20,000 star worlds we have passed. Some smaller than this red star. And some 10,000 times larger.
Wow, imagine that. Imagine that.
Boss talk. This boss talk. Yeah, we just got back off the plane from Dubai. You know, we're going to we're going over to Bora Bora next. You know, we got a timeshare and Ibiza. You know, we're gonna just travel.
But this is
there.
the thing. This is the this is the thing that catches me. When he said they got planets smaller than this one and some 10 times bigger than this one. Now my thing is, does the humans equate to the size to that motherfucker, or are we still dealing with some 3-foot motherfuckers on planets on that scale? Or is niggas walking around motherfuckers the size of goddamn Empire State Buildings on these motherfuckers?
Yes, because why? Because we know they was walking around here. He say the same thing I do in one place, I do in the other. Just
Wow.
the only difference is the place where I start this vortex at. So whatever's around, I pull from that vortex and I create a world on that.
That's crazy, yo. That's
You dig
some
what I'm
crazy
talking
shit.
about? So somewhere out there, is big giant niggas still. Somewhere out there, they just today.
You see the Kashmir Giants? Them niggas is. Did you see the video I did with the Kashmir Giants?
Listen, they ain't got they not even big as Moses in them.
Zarathustra, because the white man standing in the middle, was like an ordinary man. If you stood two niggas on top of him, it would have had them giants looking like him.
Listen, but if the average man is 6 foot, right? You talking about Zarathustra was an 18-foot put together nigga.
Even if we was to say 5 feet, that's still 15 feet. Ain't no nigga walking around in the history of the Guinness World Records of a nigga that tall in history.
Right. He ain't no skinny little, scrawny tall guy. He is proportionate.
He muscular, agile.
So, right, he is massive. He is massive. So if he's 15 feet tall, he may be 15,000 pounds.
Exactly. Ain't no telling. I know he wasn't eating no meat.
He wasn't eating no meat getting that big.
But he probably drinking some cattle, bro. Unless he was drinking some of that goat milk. Because you know they had that goat milk. They was drinking that goat milk.
Look, let's finish with this boss talk.
Yeah. Go ahead.
C2, you know, these two players, really. You dig what I'm talking about?
Well, matter of fact, run it back one more time and just flow through it. Run it back one more time and just run through it, then.
Okay. Now realize this: the old school player talking to the young player, and your true God of this planet is the young player. He say, "What time have thy what time hath thy journey yet before thee?" C2 said, 500,000 years left. Then Fragapati inquired how many star worlds C2 had so far passed on his journey. And C2 said, 20,000 star worlds we have passed. We got, what is it, 8 or 9 in our galaxy, in our star system?
And that could be inhabitable worlds he's referring to.
These are the inhabitable ones. He said, which one of these stars? Because every star, like our sun, has an inhabitable planet around it.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? He do the same thing everywhere. That's what he said.
Nigga, can you imagine, just to interject, can you imagine if Mars would have been in its inhabitable age the same time with us?
Man, did you read the Law of One?
Yeah, I checked that shit out. I gotta actually get a copy of that shit.
Listen, the Law of One say there was a people on Mars who destroyed themselves.
Yeah, I heard that story
After
before.
the planet, because the planet is barren, but it's not in dissipation yet.
Right, exactly.
So it's in Adu, not Hotu.
Right. It's like they're using, like how niggas got to go to a
fall. It's in the fall, not the winter yet.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
And they got to use materials to create a inorganic system.
Well, anyway, whatchamacallit say they created a bomb and they destroyed themselves.
I heard that story.
What I'm talking about? They messed up their atmosphere and they ended up destroying themselves. Long story short, it say that the people, because the heaven of the planet was disrupted because of the nature of the bombs that was going off on the planet, right? That the heavens was also dislocated. So the gods took the people and took their spirits, which would have been in chaos and utter, man, listen, if Pan caused just that much destruction, I couldn't imagine utterly destroying your vortex to where your planet slowed down. You did some damage to where you just killed your planet off. So it say in the Law 1 that it removed them spirits, right, and brought them to the atmosphere of Earth. And they raised them spirits up because their type of man was different than our type of man, right? And they had been here thousands of years in our atmosphere, right? Taking on corporeal bodies before man was invented. So this has got to be the animals. And they say they're the two-dimensional type animal. When they say that, they're not the third level, not like us. When they say two-dimensional, I think they mean in the level of ability of learning and physical type. You dig what I'm talking about? Right. You would still be in the level lower than man. You would be beast. So many of them took on dog shapes. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is why they attribute dogs being the friends of man, because they are the only animal empathetic to man. You dig what I'm talking about? And Oahspe go on to say the dog is the most knowing animal. Well, the Law 1 said why they the most knowing animal, and the only one that is down with man is because it is these spirits that manifested into, because they died. So they manifested and came back to learn spiritual body into physical bodies, but their physical body on Mars was more akin to what a dog is. So they took on them types of bodies. This is what it say.
Niggas left Earth, went to Mars to be dogs and shit. You know?
Listen, but they say their society was by the time man came around had been dead millions of years.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Millions of years Mars died. While the Earth was still young. Man wasn't even around yet.
And it would have been. It could have been an actual time where Mars could have been inhabitable during the Earth's inhabitable age, and Mars could have probably went in his age of barrenness.
As the Earth was coming into its inhabitable age.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But look, let's back it up with Oahspe. Do not Oahspe say that if the vortex of the planet dissipated, it would again start and create another one.
Right, exactly.
But it also say the people who would be on the planet, they would move those spirits to other etheric realms.
That's in the Shamael template.
Yeah, it said it would take the spirits of the people.
Let's get it. I'm gonna get that. They need to hear that to see how this goddamn process of redemption works. This is the real redemption and salvation of the souls of men.
Right. So why couldn't it? See, they limit the Creator.
Exactly.
First of all, he this cold. He not only created the possibility and all possibility, he created the ability for all possibility.
Exactly.
He that cold.
Exactly. Now check it. Here's what you were just reading, what you were just referring to.
Yeah.
This is the place Shamael, that's the last name, Shamael. It says, the prophet of Jehovah said, a time shall come when the earth shall travel in the roadway of the firmament, and so great a light will be therein that the vortex of the earth shall burst, even as a whirlwind bursts. And lo and behold, the earth shall be scattered and gone, as if nothing had been.
Man.
But the time cometh, my Aetherian host shall have redeemed man from sin, nor shall the inhabitants of the earth marry, for the time of begetting will be at an end. Even as certain species of animal have failed to propagate and have become extinct, so shall it be with man. The earth will be fulfilled, the earth will have fulfilled its labor, and its service will be no more under the sun. But the vortex of the sun shall be round, and the body of the great serpent coiled up. And the place where the earth was, shall some of my far off worlds come and fulfill their labor allotted to them. And the atmospherians who have not been redeemed from darkness in that day shall enlighten on the new world and also fulfill their labor. That's like coming back to Sithatis and his host.
So could it be that Mars was where Earth is, right? Because they got what's called a habitable zone. You dig what I'm talking about? Could Mars be where Earth is? It went through its death and it started going to death, and the Earth moved its vortex and it shifted out to the farther and farther, and the Earth just came and took its place from another region, just like they explaining it in the Law of One.
Well, if you look at the way the solar system works or flows, it's like they position themselves depending on the wobble. You know what I mean? But not necessarily. Just to answer that, not necessarily, because they'll still be in their orbitable places. It's just that they're going through that particular phase at the time. So Mars will be, like you say, in its third age. It's third age while we in the second age. But then, like you say, by the time we reach our age of barrenness, Mars at that time, Simu may start raining down on Mars.
Not only that, Mars may dissipate.
That too. Mars could dissipate. But see, when it dissipates, one thing I found out is that when you look, they got something called like cosmic clouds. A lot of times when these planets dissipate, they don't dissipate into an unseen vapor, but dissipate into a cloud dust. And then from that cloud dust is given that rotary or that vortex, the same mineral content from the previous world, just being used again, recycled.
Correct. But my thing why I brought that up is because it said when a world has been destroyed, another world comes into its place.
Now that's in Cosmogony and Prophecy.
Right. But what was you just read back? What you was just reading?
Oh, you talking about what I was just reading? Oh, okay. All right. So check it. Let me run it from the top again.
Yeah.
The prophets of Jehovah said, "A time shall come when the earth shall travel in the roadway of the firmament, and so great a light will be therein that the vortex of the earth shall burst, even as the whirlwind bursteth. And lo and behold, the earth shall be scattered and gone, as if nothing had been. But ere the time cometh, my Aetherian host shall have redeemed man from sin. Nor shall the inhabitants of the earth marry, for the time of begetting will be at an end. Even as certain species of animals have failed to propagate and have become extinct, so shall it be with man. The earth will have fulfilled its labor, and its service shall be no more under the sun. But the vortex of the sun shall be round, and the body of the great serpent coiled up. In the place where the earth was, shall some of my far-off worlds come and fulfill the labor allotted to them, and the
Right there. So another world is going to come and take its place.
Right.
So that means another world going to take. We don't necessarily. The Earth didn't necessarily have to come here. It was most likely made here because it's still here. But
see, look. It says
could have been inhabited before. It would have been inhabited because it would have been in
its second age. Exactly.
You did what I'm talking about. It would have been inhabited before the earth was. But what they're saying is they brought on their own adu, their own fall, their own time of decay. You did what I'm talking about before your what you would call fall in the season.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about.
Right.
They brought that on through the free will of man through war. That's what it's explaining. So it's a possibility. I had to sit back, even though
But you know what? This is some spooky shit because check it. Because in the upper part of the verse it says, the earth shall travel in the roadway in the firmament, and so great a light will be there that the earth will burst and dissipate. So we know that's the fourth age right there, the age of dissipation. Right. But look when it comes down here when it states, where you stopped it at, where it was like, in the place where the earth was, shall some of my far-off worlds come, meaning the angels, come and fulfill their labor allotted to them. And the atmospherians who have not been redeemed from darkness in that day shall alighten on the new world. So now it's in the time of creation. It's basically the ending of the time of creation at the beginning of the time of inhabitation. Because it already described the dissipation earlier. So after the dissipation comes what? The vortices starting over again. The globular fire in the center of the vortex, the cooling down of the vortex, creating the mineral and vegetable and animal kingdom. And then boom. A new world thinking that, see, these niggas think that the world just been running concurrent straight for millions of years. Not knowing this bitch that dissipated and reformed again, and we just been placed on this bitch again thinking this some old new shit. This is a new goddamn world. Oahspe said this is a new world.
Listen, I in my history of doing or in my studies of looking back in time, right? Looking back in time, it is very possible. I had to wrap my mind around this, man. It's a hard thing.
Why don't you
that
talk for a minute? Go ahead, I'm listening.
the true time of creation, we only roughly 72,000 years from the end of the inhabitable age, right?
Right.
We will have finished our 576,000 year garden. You dig what I'm talking about? The inhabitable time of the planet and the inhabitable time for man. The last 144,000 years of the Eoptian age. You dig what I'm talking about? So it is, but we know Creator, first of all, the earth is older than 576,000 years, but we also know he do the same thing over and over and over again. So are we the second, third, fourth type of people that have been on the planet, period? But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Because also,
hold up. The Oahspe saying, now keep in mind, it's 8 gardens. So that's 8 times man would have been created, inhabited, and extinct. And then it says, the Oahspe, by the time the Sentantes, remember it states that the earth was in its 3rd circuit.
right.
So you're talking about 8, 16, 24 times man has been created, inhabited, and went extinct as to the planet, according to that verse in Sentantes.
Well, and what you explaining is to the people that's listening, that at the time that man was created, the earth had been around the sun had been around its sun 3 times plus. But what it equals out to is
it's split up in 8 gardens.
Roughly
Amen.
100. It's 14 million. So what he's saying is, when man was created, the earth was 14,172 years old.
Right, exactly.
Right now, the earth is 14,247,000 years old.
That's right.
We are roughly 75,000 years, 75,174 years after the creation of man with spiritual ability. Not man with spiritual ability. Not a man that knew he was a man.
Right. But look at the scale and the measure of time the Oahspe gives. That how long the earth's been around, like 14 mil.
Yeah, they try to tell us it's 4 billion. No, the earth is young, and it's proof. The proof is that they called the planet red, the red planet, because it is still in its lower visible light spectrum.
But then, if you want to get
young, so it's hot and it's red.
That's what I'm saying.
Talking about. As a planet gets older, it grows whiter and cooler and spins slower.
Right.
So at a time it dissipates.
Right. And then another sign, if a planet is young or getting old, is barrenness on the planet. Because when you look at places like Arizona, places like the Sahara Desert, those are places that's barren. Nothing can generate and grow in those regions. So those are signs of planetary barrenness. So you can look at the scale of the whole planet and see what areas are starting to become deserts. Look at Africa. The whole North Africa is a desert. Sooner or later, the Congo gonna dry out, then that whole bitch is a fucking garden. Niggas gonna have to move somewhere else.
You know where they trying to come to. Same place they've been trying to dying to get to.
America.
I want to be an American. She want to be an American.
They want to come to the promised land, yo.
Everybody do. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why they beat in the path here. You dig what I'm talking about?
See, the revelation of Jehovah. Hey,
look.
look. The revelation of Jehovah ain't come from Jerusalem. It ain't coming out the east. It came out the west.
Sure did.
The revelation of the Creator in this day and time. You can go find any book. Any book in the European world, or any book in the Arab world, or the African world, or the Chinese world, or the Indian world. Bring them and see how they weigh up against Oahspe, all the holy books. Like Malachi Maccabee said, the battle of the holy books. This is it. The light of the Oahspe is showing and proving on a whole other scale over here.
Man, laying it out. The man traveled 15 quadrillion miles.
Quadrillion, come on.
There was so many O's on my paper. That's how I remember it. Just breaking it down.
That's wild, yo. That shit real though, yo. Showing you the scale of what's going on.
I think it's 27 or 28 zeros, then add a 15. That's how far it came.
Just imagine, we encapsulated in a vortex on a planet in a house, and these niggas out in the cosmos zooming and shit.
Racing. Riding around in ships bigger than your planet.
Can you imagine a ship passing between the Earth and the Sun bigger than the planet?
Yeah, they call them eclipses. I can imagine it.
No, I'm talking about bigger than like them ships that be like 500 by 500 miles, and that shit block out the sun, and all you seeing is them dark light. I mean the darkness, and you seeing the lights from the ship just overcasting the whole shit like a fucking constellation and shit.
That's what I'm saying from the get-go. Many times the sun is, the moon is, which is what they saying is blocking the sun, is on the whole other planet, on the side of the planet, showing itself. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
So what's on the sun side of the planet blocking the sun? Many times those are etheric ships, and they got a picture in Oahspe where they got one of them crescent ships. You dig what I'm talking about? Blocking out the sun.
Oh,
it
yeah.
At a perfect little angle, and it blocks out the sun.
Right.
Now it's not as big as the sun, but if I sit it in a right enough or bring it close enough or pull it far enough back, I can block out the sun with a smaller object.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? So many times, yeah, it is the warp that blocks it out. You know what I mean? And it'll keep the sun, you know what I mean, dark for years. But sometimes it only lasts minutes. Because those are etheric ships, and sometimes even etheric planets.
Right.
Passing in between our sun and our vortex. You dig what I'm talking about? Blocking it out. It just perfectly fit right there.
Well, that means that, that's interesting, because when the Aetherians come in 2048, that's supposed to be passing through an arc. The arc cycles of ether bring heat and warmth.
What's passing through an arc in 2048?
Ain't the Earth supposed to be going through the harvest, the sub-cycle arc?
Yeah, we're going through a sub-cycle.
A sub-dan, a sub-light.
The first
semi-dan.
of
So it should heat up. Things should be heating up. That's why they probably talking about that global warming, is because the Earth is probably nearing that goddamn light of Dan.
Correct. But global warming is a fallacy.
Yeah, we know the global warming is some bullshit, but just it may be something that they may be seeing warming up, but they don't know how to place it. They don't understand the vortex. Because the vortex is
what they do know is that it was warmer in the 1930s than it is now. So how is it that, and then we old enough to remember global warming wasn't what they were talking about. That wasn't the big hype for the country and the big worry. And them time in the 80s, they was worried about winter, nuclear winter. and it being cold.
That was
You
our
dig
job.
what I'm talking about? And dropping the temperatures. They wasn't worried about it because remember back then they used to talk about they was gonna block the atmosphere and trap the heat in.
Right.
Remember
Right.
that's what the logic was. Not that they was gonna block the sun rays out. You dig what I'm talking about? To stop some fake global warming. You know what I mean? To force cool the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Because it was gonna be too hot. They see what that's really about is everybody look up this cap and trade. This is how. Remember, what's the joke? Where I forget who said the joke that they charge us for water and everything. It's gonna become a time where they're gonna start charging us for air.
Yeah. Right.
That is what global warming is about. It is about true domination of not only the water but the air. They didn't dominated the land and the water. Now it's time to dominate the air.
Exactly.
And because see what they're trying to tell you, or what they're gonna do is put charges and surcharges and fees on breathable air. They're gonna make these big machines to snatch carbon up out of the air. But dig this.
The air gonna become poisonous. We're gonna have to get these fucking oxygen machines. Keep reading. I'm listening. I gotta get some right quick. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. Do you know what solidified carbon is called? It's called dry ice, carbon dioxide. So how are you gonna force this stuff into a containment, and then what you gonna do with it? Because when you dump it out into the ocean, it's not only gonna drop the temperature, but it's gonna kill everything in the water where you put it. If you try to bury it in the land, it's gonna make the land unlivable. And they tell you this lie. First of all, everybody in the world could, and every baby in the world, every person in the world could start up the messiest, junkiest, nastiest car in the world. And you could run that thing for 10 years straight, just dumping carbon dioxide. There are more than enough plants. You can't produce enough carbon dioxide that the plants won't eat. All it's gonna do is make our planet greener. The carbon, this is a master mechanism. This world works without man. It don't need you. So when you become obsolete, or you have run your purpose, guess what you turn into? A dinosaur. You become extinct.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about? When you run your purpose, you become extinct. This is why we waking y'all up to getting back with your creator, because this life ain't long.
Exactly. Real
This
shit.
life ain't long. You got to get what you got to get while you here. You see what I'm saying? So you can know of a truth. This is what Oahspe for. It say you gonna know of a truth. Where you gonna be in the time after your death. You already gonna know the heaven, because you gonna know you are 65 on the spiritual rate. So
Exactly.
well, I'm going over here to Xeridu with Fragopity in them.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? I'm going to Xeridu. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm going to Old Horred.
Right.
Because Old Horred is situated for the 65, for the 75. I did 75% of stuff for everybody else, and I did 25% selfishly. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna go to a heaven situated for the 75s, and let's just say at that time, Eridu take 75s to 99. Well, guess where I'm going? This is what Oahspe is bringing back. It's clearing up the fear of death.
Exactly.
The fear,
Exactly.
the death is just your second birth.
That's it. Just like you was born into this world, The same way you was a womb inside your mother, the same way your spirit is a womb in your flesh. And death is when the spirit is born. The spiritual birth is the physical death. But check this, Ken. Let's go ahead and close out. We've been on here for damn near 5 hours.
Bro, we be chopping it up.
You know how we do, boy. We went in tonight, boy. We went in heavy, yo.
Hey, for real though, it's a blessing, man, and thank you for having me on, man, because you know, I am blessed. I got people that I can build this stuff off of, because you kind of got to be a faithist to understand this level, but ain't too many people I can bounce this information off of.
It's rare. That's the same way I feel. That's why we still on so late, because it's a rarity. You're going to see this information expressed. Who else talking like this? Who else showing you, you know, primary sources with creation, showing you the electromagnetic spectrum, how it affects celestial bodies? You know what I mean? We going in the planet, the Pan, the sinking of Pan, the ice ages, the young Dryas, and then the previous ice age, which could have been caused due to the cracking the vortex of the sinking of Pan. So we went in today, plenty of things we touched on. We didn't even have to go in on the false gods. We just go in on Jehovah's creation, creator gang shit, you know how we do. But go ahead and tell the people about the debate and go ahead and close out, King.
Okay, we have a debate with me and the brother Abinadab. I think that's his name, Abinadab. I just did a dab. You dig what I'm talking about? But me and the brother Abinadab, you dig what I'm talking about, is having a debate the 17th. That's Friday at 8 p.m. at Honor and Humility STL on the Battle of the Holy Books with the brother Malachi Maccabee, and the title of the debate, or the battle of title of the Battle of the Holy Books is authorship. Who authored the Tanakh? Who authored the Oahspe? You dig what I'm talking about? So I'm gonna come in cooking.
Yeah, we riding for you, man. It's Creator Gang over here. We riding for you. You know what I mean? You know, we Oahspe team, so you know we bounce off each other, iron sharpen iron. So we gonna make sure you come in that thing equipped. I hope Buddy got his shit together, cause boy,
I hope he do too. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I'm on him. You dig what I'm talking about? Because the thing is, we're not coming from a point of ignorance. It's not like we not abreast of Tanakh. We was raised up in it.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
We know it. We know it.
Yeah.
We know it back and forth.
Yeah, they like we don't
You
know
dig
what the
what I'm
fuck
talking
going
about?
on. Right.
And we know, and you can't come and then now change the doctrine or the overall idea of what's behind Bible, because you may have a different understanding.
Right.
That's why we let in the text speak.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And I'm going to call foul if he pulled any other text. Since we already know, you dig what I'm talking about, using Oahspe, you dig what I'm talking about, and his Tanakh, I'm calling foul. Because I'm not even going, I'm going to use the Bible, but I'm not coming out of no other book but Oahspe.
Oh yeah, you got this hook, line, and sinker, yo. You got this hook, line, and sinker. The
I'm not coming out of no
the burden of proof. The burden of proof
because
is on. The burden of proof is on them.
Go ahead, King.
No, I just said the burden of proof is on them because they got to come in the primary.
Right. They ain't got one. You dig what I'm talking about? And his whole thing is he got a problem with JBN being white. That's why he think he got one up. Because, you know, this coming from a white man, a devil, a racist. First of all, you can't prove that. And secondly, he didn't author it. And he tell you he didn't.
Right.
So, I got it.
You got this. How about say, you got this, you know what I mean? Because when it's time to punch them guns and talking about, you know, like I said, it's going to come back to the inspiration of the authors and the intent, You know what I mean? You got this. You know what I mean?
And you know, like the shorty say today, I got receipts. Because really what he want to do is he want to ask questions. He don't want to, this is why he was trying to duck at first, and he just wanted to make a PowerPoint. He didn't want to debate.
Let's hope he don't run like how Ben did the first time.
And then we address his PowerPoint. Nah, it don't work like that.
Nah, you gotta stand on that book, yo.
You gonna stand on this. You gonna stand on this too, and everybody gonna be able to see it. You dig what I'm talking about? But I got receipts. And I'm gonna bring some receipts to the table, like the shorty said.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Really,
Right.
you a fan?
Yeah. You just mad because we going in on a book, so you took the defense role.
Right. So you can't talk about my God of the book, you see?
Talking about my true creator. I said, boy, we gonna beat that up. Yeah, that's why I say, put that creator concept of your Bible against your Oahspe.
He don't say nothing about the creator in his Bible.
That's why I said let's put him up against the challenge, because he making the claim. He done made his claim that
I don't even think the word creator is used in the Bible, period.
It's in there. A nigga hit me one time with it. I was like, oh, okay. The nigga caught me with a little jab there. But when he caught me with the jab, I came back with the counter and showed how even false God espoused the name the creator.
Correct.
Because although he used it, but your God is still in the image of man. So that was a good little throw. He threw it out there. I was like, oh, okay, how I missed this? But then when I came back and said, all right, well, you have false gods who take on the name of creator in the image of man, proclaiming to be and assuming so. Your God's still false, nigga, but that was a good try. That was actually a good one.
Yeah, but it was crazy when Dog said when he was trying to break down the Archibald.
Right. That was I don't know who the fuck told him to do that, but that was a low blow.
This the funny part. I offered the brother just a bill because he wanted to ask me questions. You dig what I'm talking about? But he didn't want me to go back and expose his God on the other side. He wanted to just, try to, back me in the corner on his white man prejudice shit.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? But I'ma embarrass him. And I'ma expose his racism. And I'ma expose his prejudgment of a text that, first of all, he claimed to have read. He said he read Oahspe.
But niggas always gonna make that claim because they don't want to feel like they don't know what's going on. So I checked that shit out before I read it. Lying ass niggas, man, but he just trying to look good.
As a matter of fact, he said something to the effect of he read it a decade ago.
Yeah, because a lot of these niggas had this book in the day, but niggas ain't read it. They just had it sitting, never indulging in it. When they see niggas like us cracking the code, they like, damn. I should have been on this because I had this book down around the same time or even before these cats.
Right.
But yo, King,
quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question before we go. Before we go. I gotta know.
What's up?
How in the hell did you get up with this Oahspe?
I ain't never tell you the story?
No.
Oh, nigga, shit. I was at the goddamn park with me and my man and shit. We was rolling up, burning spliff. And this Yachty nigga came up, walked up. This dread, he wasn't a dread, but he was a Jamaican nigga. He had like little small twists in his head. And he had the book in his hand. So he asked us, can he hit the blunt or whatever? So we like, yeah, man, vibes, you know what I mean? So he sat around, we blaring or whatever. And I don't know how the fuck we got on the topic. I can't remember at all, but I just remember we got on the topic of Abraham. And then he was like, he told me, he said it wasn't God that sacrificed Abraham, it was an evil angel. So I said, that's interesting. And then he opened up the book and went to that chapter and verse and showed it to me. He put the book in my hand and I'm looking at it, reading this shit. And I was like, the angel came from beside him. I'm like, so the first thing that struck my mind was like, what other book talk about Abraham like this?
Right.
So, he and then at the time, he ain't called the book Oahspe. He called it Oahspe. So we was calling it Oahspe at the beginning. So we out there building, and then we reading the book, and then we start we spitting some lyrics, and we start to spit. But my mind is looking at this book because I went through the index, and I seen Son of Jehovah, Daughter of Jehovah, Book of Wars, Book of Divinity, First Book of Gods, First Book of... I'm like, what the fuck is this, my nigga? And knowing me, I'm the type of nigga, I'm inquisitive. So when I seen that, I said, nigga, I gotta get this. So my man, I'm talking about we hustling. So he goddamn see the book, and he inquisitive too. So like the next day, we link up, and we like, yo, what was the name of that book again? And we was like, Oahspe. We went to Decatur Library, downtown Decatur. We went to the library looking this shit up online, and we sit up there reading some of this shit online. And whatever part we was reading like the spirits of the dead type shit. And we was like, damn, what book talk about spirits of the dead and shit like this? So I went to the crib and started printing that shit out on my computer. I got to like the Book of Frag Patty. When I got to the Book of Frag Patty, the shit was already, the Book of Frag Patty to the Oahspe was already looking like this when I printed it out. Yeah. So I was telling my mother about the book. I was like, yo, Ma, they got this book. This shit, I'm all excited. Your parents be kind of all dulled down. And I'm like, yeah, you got to understand. You know what I mean? You kind of, because you see the light, and you try to get them to see it.
Right.
So next thing you know, we at the mall and shit. We in the bookstore, and she ordered the book. Bam. But she got the version that you got, the class text looking version.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You can ask my wife. She right there upstairs. She just went up. When I got that motherfucking book, my nigga, she'll tell you. My wife will tell you. I spent 16 or 18 hours every day reading that book. I probably read the whole Oahspe within a month. Probably like 3 weeks. And then I read it again. And I was so and when I read it, I just didn't read it. I was reading it and crossing, examining. So it was like the shit got stuck in my mind with the stories and shit. So by the time I realized what the fuck was going on with this shit and realized it was a nothing. When I got the Oahspe, yo, King, it wasn't not one video on Oahspe, nothing. It was only, matter of fact, it was only one video where it was like a minute long, and it was just it was some music playing, an instrumental playing, not music instrumental, but like some country rock instrumental, and it just showed a picture of like some of the illustrations in Oahspe. That was it. It wasn't no lessons, no teaching, no nothing. So when I seen that in 2000, this was around like 2009. That's when I put up my first videos about the Oahspe, 2009. That's when I created the first account. And the first 3 videos I did wasn't necessarily Oahspe. It was it was dealing with the moon times. It was called Understanding the Moon Cycles. That was my first video, and then I did another video on the moon cycles. Then I did one on the Feast of Israel, and then my first video on the Oahspe was the 3 inhabitable worlds. And then videos after that, it was on and popping from there. It was done for.
Dang.
Yeah, man, ain't nobody knew about this shit, bro. I'm like, YouTube was the go-to. Everything on YouTube, nigga, that shit ain't have nothing on the Oahspe on YouTube. I was shocked.
The crazy part is, I told you my story. That
was wild.
They didn't tell me about Oahspe. They told me to go look for you.
Keep going, I'm listening.
I didn't know what a Selah. I thought a Selah Shalom was a building.
They said by name? That's crazy.
Yeah, I want you to, and it's the funny part. When they was telling me, the angel, first of all, the angel I'm talking to is about 30 or 40 feet tall.
Damn.
He massive. And he said, yeah, I want you to look for this guy. And he said, he did tell me you was a guy, but I kept thinking you were like a service or a book or maybe a store. He said, Selah Shalom, right? And he said, he laughed and said, it means peace. Because
everybody asks, what does Selah mean?
Shalom mean, I had never heard the word Selah.
Right.
I never heard it like that. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
Until I got to digging later, years and years later. But right about the time you must have been, if you made your first ones in 9, it was about 13. I first start seeing the Oahspe and breaking, because in the videos.
That's when it started getting on the map.
Coming out. The videos was coming out, and then you was cranking in, and I had been watching, You dig what I'm talking about? And I end up getting the book. You dig what I'm talking about? As a matter of fact, I didn't. I end up downloading it. I was using it was a different Oahspe than the one that they got on the PDF now. You used to could type in words and it bring up the singular verse with that word in it already ready to go, and then you could tap it and then it'll take you to the verse in Oahspe. So I had that from basically 2013, 2014 all the way to I think I got my first actual physical Bible in 2020, and I got not till 2020. I was off the phone and using it digitally.
True.
Wearing this bitch out, wearing it out. I read Oahspe through the first time, but I also I was taught to speed read in like 8th grade, 8th grade. So they taught us how to speed read. So I mashed Oahspe in about 7 to 10 days the first time. I found myself in my goddamn bathroom, 3 o'clock in the morning, crying like a baby. That's it, man. Oahspe was just too real. You dig what I'm talking about? And then, and this has got to be 2014 or so. And then, but I kept learning and kept going on. In like 2015, I start putting into effect what I was learning and making it prove itself. Because, you know what I mean? It's some things in Oahspe, I'm not going to get into them. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I don't want nobody to look at it like that. But if you want it to be profitable, you could.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? You could use it selfishly.
You can be a Malachi New York with that motherfucker.
You dig what I'm talking about? Like, one of the things I'm really about to get into this year, and I'm buying me some right now, is metal detection equipment. I think I know where a lot of shit is.
I know, right? Niggas go over there and get some.
There's
a lot of artifacts sitting around this bitch.
What? It's miles everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? And many of them don't know what they looking at.
Right, exactly.
They don't know what they looking at. They don't know what an old high castle would look like if it got bombed on by Esper.
Exactly.
What would you be looking for? You dig what I'm talking about? And so it's you know, you could use it for that, but Michigan got so many miles. I'm about to just go.
They got some shit.
We got a whole road. We got a whole road, a major road called Mound Road, and up and down Mound, the mounds that are left are still there.
They got some like copper type of scrolls out there. Some shit. I seen like it was called the Michigan copper scrolls or some shit like that.
All of it's iron. All of it's from the time of Abram. This is why they got Hebrew, or what they call Paleo Hebrew. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
Written on this text over here. The Phoenicians brought that shit over here.
Mm-hmm. Egyptians came over here too.
And they got the old Indians. The Indians was writing the same thing. And the oldest ones, especially the ones found in Michigan and the ones found in Kentucky and Illinois, the oldest text got Eoa name written right on it. Got the E, the O, the Y written right on it.
Y'all could like to see them niggas do that circle dance when they start floating in the air and shit.
Come on, man. That was
that.
me and your ancestors doing that.
You know what I'm saying?
That was me and your ancestors. Imagine, listen, I don't care what you say. They had that herb burning.
Oh, you already know that.
They was going off that juice. You dig what I'm talking
The
about?
Hawaiiaska. How do you pronounce that shit?
Ayahuasca. They was going off that sauce, and they was really talking to the gods.
Yeah, exactly.
The gods was coming down in Sargas, talking to these people in the lodges.
Exactly.
Why do you think a TP is round? Because the vortexian energy spins in a circle.
Exactly. And that pyramid shit got something to do with it too. But check this, King. Let me get ready to close out. Wifey looking at me like she like, nigga.
Yeah, it's that time.
Get your ass
it's
up
that
here.
time. Tell her I apologize.
No, you good. We just going in, you know what I mean? So again, tell them what day the beta is, what time is it, what's the name, and then go ahead and we gonna get it up out of here, King.
It's not this Friday, it's next Friday.
Oh, it's next
June
Friday, okay.
17th. June 17th, Honor and Humility with Honor and Humility STL on YouTube with Malachi Maccabee, and the topic is authorship. Who authored Oahspe? You dig what I'm talking about? And it's Cosmo Cal versus Benayab. I did a dab. That's gonna be stuck in my head. Me against the brother I did a dab. You dig what I'm talking about?
All right.
And I couldn't, because I want to say his name correct though. I think it's Abinadab.
Right, man. These niggas want to get these difficult ass Hebrew names to pronounce, so shit, that's what comes with it. But check it. We're gonna go ahead and close out my man Cosmo Cal, like you said, and not this Friday, but next Friday we got the debate going down. Stick to us on Facebook. You know what I mean? We're gonna stay in touch and salute Cosmo Cal, give thanks for chiming in. And we're gonna sign out till next time.
Love and light out there to the Faithless family, man. From here on out, man, it's onward and upwards forever.
Create a gang.
Gang. Coke babies out this thing.
All right, nigga. I'll be seeing you. You know, we're gonna go. We're gonna be in the messenger talking shit anyway.
Yup. Cosmo out, man.
Cosmo out. All right, King. So there you had it, family. Cosmo and Cal came through. We went through, dropped some knowledge. You know what I mean? This is a vibe, so we just freestyle, go from verse to verse, drop the science, the cosmological science. You know what I mean? And that's how we do. And it's a vibe. So with that, your boy Selah Shalom signing out. It's a vibe. Let's go into the cosmos and vibe out. You dig? But before that,
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com. Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.